This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. After taking in a friend's baby, a Casper foster mom says her family became the target of anonymous threats by the biological mother. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that the biomom is charged with 2 stalking felonies.
Investigators allege that 27-year-old Dodgy Carter used fake messaging apps, social media accounts, and more to reach out to a foster mom while she had custody of her biological son. When the infant was first placed in Monroe's care, she received an anonymous message that said, "You're going to die," with a knife emoji and blood. Monroe quickly took this to the police, and an investigation was able to link it back to Dodgy Carter. The threats continued for several weeks, even after protection orders were put in place.
Carter was bound over to district court Tuesday after a preliminary hearing on 2 felony counts of stalking and 2 misdemeanor counts of violating a stalking protection order. She's posted a $3,500 surety bond and was released from custody. U.S. House candidate Steve Freese received 19 endorsements on Thursday by Republican lawmakers, former legislators, and energy industry leaders. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Chuck Gray calls them, quote, a tired class of political 1% insiders.
Steve Freese, who's running for U.S. House, garnered 19 endorsements this week, including from former Republican Governor Jim Geringer, a host of Republican lawmakers, former lawmakers, oil and gas industry leaders. Secretary of State Chuck Gray fired back by calling them a class of insiders, essentially, who are in favor of woke wind and data center projects. That may come as a surprise to some of them. For example, Dan Dockstetter, who was among the endorsers, was one of the very few votes against big tax exemptions for data centers.
Gray has come out against data centers, while Freese has said state and county governments, not Congress, should lead data center permitting decisions in ways that protect Wyomingites. Both men tout a pro-traditional energy stance. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Make sure your vehicle is in good working condition. Proper tire inflation, fluids topped off, good wiper blades, and brake inspections. Carry emergency supplies in your vehicle like non-perishable food and water. This is a reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation. Tax revenue from Wyoming wind projects supports police, fire, EMS, and schools. Energy development is about communities, not just power. More information is available at poweringupwyoming.org. Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Another 10 illegal drivers were busted in Laramie County on Sheriff Brian Kozak's latest Truck Around and Find Out operation this week. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that includes one speeding with what looked like emergency lights.
The last Truck Around campaign that they did, they arrested 46. They started this back in November. There's almost 130 illegal drivers have been taken off the road. But Kozak said that really it's not about, although that gets the headlines, it's not about just going out and rounding up illegal drivers. It's about unsafe truck driving, and people who are illegal and don't have licenses are unsafe. Kozak also said that he knows the Truck Around and Find Out campaign is going to get criticism. It's going to be politicized, and he says he's expected that, and that has happened.
Overall, this week's Truck Around and Find Out resulted in about 120 traffic stops, with 40 tickets issued to drivers and 10 arrests for being in the country illegally. So says Sheriff Kozak and Chief Deputy Chance Walkama. A suspended Newcastle police sergeant pleaded not guilty Thursday to charges alleging a year-long pattern of abuse toward a woman. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that he faces up to 27 and a half years in prison.
On Thursday, a suspended Newcastle police sergeant pled not guilty to 6 criminal charges. Prosecutors say that 36-year-old Nicholas Kaminsky, in uniform, terrorized an ex-girlfriend. He used a police cruiser, a canine, and allegedly a knife. Kaminsky posted a $35,000 cash bond weeks ago. His next court appearance will be for a trial unless they come to a plea agreement before then.
During the hearing, defense attorney Ryan Titus told the court Kaminsky had found new employment that requires travel. He asked the judge to modify Kaminsky's bond conditions to allow him to leave the 6th Judicial District Court for work. Crook County Attorney Denise Day did not object. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Good morning, Wyoming and the world. Yes, good morning, good morning, good morning. It's time to rise and shine. It's Saturday, August 1st. Good golly. Where'd the summer go? What's happening? It's already August 1st? Didn't summer just start? Didn't 2026 just start? Holy cow. My name's Jeff Rickett, hanging out in Sheridan, Wyoming. Where are you? Join the program. Wherever you are, however you're listening to the show, I appreciate you tuning in. I'm in Sheridan, Wyoming. Give me a call. Send me a text, 307-620-8866. Follow me on Twitter, @LawnPoke. I'm on Instagram. It's Jeff Rickett. Follow Cowboy State Daily. We're on Facebook, X. Go to our YouTube page. Go and watch me on YouTube. Jump into the YouTube chat room. Boy, there's already some people in there. Good morning. Mark, good morning from Thermopolis. Kristen, good morning, everyone. Happy Saturday. Hit that like button. Wow, there you go. She's in Wheatland. Wheatland. How's the weather? We have an extreme heat watch. Watch out. It's going to be hot. Extreme heat warning are expected to continue till 12 p.m. today. And there's also a red flag warning. No red flags today. Or maybe too many. One of the two. Why can't I really hear myself? Who knows? Who knows what my cats stepped on this week? As long as you can hear me, right? Let me make sure you can hear me out there. Yes, you can. But yes, an extreme heat warning today in Sheridan. It's already 63 degrees. Today's high is 101. Oh, it's already 67 in Buffalo, 61 in Gillette, 51 in Laramie, 55 in Casper, 54 down in the capital city. Cheyenne's high is only 89. It says a heat advisory. Casper's 97. Laramie's 87. Gillette's 97. Buffalo's 98. Sheridan's 101. Oh, brutal. How are we looking in like Cody? Cody's 66 right now. High of 99 today. Ouch. What about in the other corner of the state, down in Evanston? 56, high of 93. A fire weather watch. Expected till 1 o'clock Sunday, down in Evanston. It's a beautiful day in Wyoming today. Guess what? It's summer. It's hot. It's a cool morning here, thank goodness. I know it won't last long, but at least we get a break. That's in Wheatland right now. That's what Kristen says. What's it looking like in Wheatland today? Let's see here. Wheatland, Wyoming, 57, high of 96. They have a heat advisory expected till 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Oh, it's hot. Yeah, send me a text. Give me a call, 307-620-8866. This is not a podcast. This is a radio show. Give me a call. We do have a jam-packed show like normal. Well, only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guests possibly. You never know what's going to happen. Or more if you call into the show. You. Australian singer-songwriter Kevin Sullivan. He's going to be coming up on the show here in about 10 minutes. Kevin's got an incredible story. I'll talk about that here in a second. Lacey Schiffer, she's the chairman of the Johnson County Fair Board. It's the biggest weekend in Buffalo, Wyoming. It's the Johnson County Fair and Rodeo is happening this weekend. Well, it's been happening all week. The rodeo is today and tomorrow. The big parade starts at 10. The Kiwanis Pancake Breakfast is going on right now. Rodeo starts at 12:30 today. Candidate for House District 29, Micah Sturdivant, is coming on around 7:40 this morning. She is a Republican running for House District 29. And boy, she's getting a lot of heat online. We'll chat with Micah about that. My buddy Don out in Florida, he is an independent guitarist. He has just joined a band called Bloodline Awakening. And they played a gig last weekend and got all kinds of great reviews, shout outs online. I'm going to have Don and Luke, the vocalist and the man behind Bloodline Awakening, on the show, which they also have a crazy story. Luke was diagnosed with something 14 years ago and said he had 24 hours to live. Well, he's still alive and he's singing. Yeah, it's crazy. Friend of the show, Stymie, might be calling in. He was at AC/DC Tuesday night in Denver. We'll get Stymie's reactions to that. Also, I think he is on his way up to Buffalo, Wyoming to hang out in front of the Century Club this morning during the parade, enjoying Buffalo, Wyoming. And then columnist Bill Sniffen, columnist for Cowboy State Daily, is going to come on at 9 o'clock, and we're going to talk some politics. Because Bill has seen it all, and he's got a great column, a great story last week that he posted. Let's see here. What's the headline of Bill's column? Political lessons. Don't peak too soon. Love endorsements and polls. Yeah. So Bill will be on in the 9 o'clock hour. So we got a busy show. Let's see here. Around 7:30 this morning, 7:25 or so, we'll have about 10, 15 minutes if you'd like to call into the show. And then probably not until around 9:30, the last half hour of the program, you can give me a call or send me a text. 307-620-8866. I love to hear from you. So, yes, let me know. Yeah, Stymie sent me a picture. Here, let's... Here's his picture before AC/DC on Tuesday night. Did you go to AC/DC at Mile High? Let me know. 307-620-8866. I was supposed to go, but I'm too damn busy. This week, I have to DJ a wedding out in Ucross tonight, or today, which I'm kind of dreading because the wedding is outside at 3:30 this afternoon. It's going to be hot. and moving all my equipment. I did a wedding, was it last summer, out at the Brinton Museum in Bighorn? Oh, I was just like dripping with sweat all afternoon. I had to set up and do the wedding. I had to play music for the wedding. And then I had to move my gear up on top of the hill for the reception. It was brutal. They did give me a nice tip. I was like, well, at least they recognized that I was drenched. I'm seeing that again today, that I'm just going to be sweating to death. My wife is having a garage sale this morning at my house, much to my dismay. Our first garage sale, gosh, was it like 20 years ago now? Our first garage sale we ever had, I think it was in Saratoga, Wyoming. We made like $350, $400. It was, it was like, wow, incredible. This is great. Every other garage sale since then, we haven't made a combined $300. I went out there last night to her junk pile that she has. And I'm like, what are you even going to sell? How much money are you making for all of this? $10? $20? Maybe? To sit out here and sweat and deal with people stealing all your stuff or rummaging through our stuff, walking through our garage? Why? But whatever, she enjoys it. So I put out like my stereo tuner, my 200 CD changer that I bought in 1994. It's going to be very hard to part with that if somebody buys it. But I told her, I said, here's the bottom dollar amount that you can go on these items. Because in past garage sale history, when it gets towards the end of the garage sale, she just starts, everything's on clearance. Oh, that's a quarter. That's 50 cents. I was like, you're not selling my 200 CD changer for less than $100. I've had this thing for 30 years. I know it's been sitting in my garage for the last 2 years collecting dust, but I have racks and racks of CDs. And really, if I get rid of that thing, I don't have a CD player. What am I going to do? But she's like, well, it's been sitting here forever. I go, okay, well, not less than $100. My tuner, not less than $50. I looked everything up online, which I was shocked that 200 CD changer, it said it goes for like $100 to $160. I was trying to think what I paid for it originally. I was in Laramie. I bought it from the music store. It was like the music box right across the street from where I was living. I remember buying it. It was like one of the greatest purchases of my life. Because yes, I have 1,000 CDs just sitting here, collecting dust on my shelves. And the 200 disc changer to just fill it up and hit shuffle. Oh, it was just so glorious. What's going to be the next song? But then after a while, it would jam. And I'd have to pull out all 200 CDs. That was a nightmare. But, yeah, back in the good old days. Back in CDs, VHS. My wife was like, well, nobody even has CDs. I was like, you'd be surprised. We'll find out. We'll find out here in the next 4 hours what happens. Give me a call. Send me a text, 307-620-8866. Join the program. Where are you at this morning? Either send me a text or hop on Facebook. Or, hop on YouTube. Jump in the chat room there. Mark says brutal. I'm sure that was a blast. The last concert I attended at Mile High was Metallica. I was at Metallica last summer, both nights. I do love a good garage sale. I don't know if ours is good or not. There's a bunch of books, a bunch of clothes. I go, last time we tried to sell our books, none of them sold. And I have a bunch of great books. I've got my Harlan Coben books. I got some CJ Box books, some Craig Johnson books for $1 or $2. Come on over. See, Mark says he still has his Kenwood tuner, amp, cassette, turntable. See? I'm not the only one. We all still have them. Whether they're in the basement or the garage or the attic collecting dust, whatever. We're going to chat with Kevin Sullivan from the Sullivans. Coming up next, let's take a quick time out. He is an Australian singer-songwriter. He's got a great story. It's incredible. He travels around with his wife and 3 kids. They play shows. They've done over 250 shows or more since the pandemic. Driven over 250,000 kilometers all around Australia. We're going to chat with Kevin next. It's Cowboy State Daily, Saturdays with Jeff, right here on CowboyStateDaily.com. Good morning.
A good life begins with a good company. Powder River Energy Corporation, or Precorp, a consumer-owned electric cooperative in Northeast Wyoming, has careers in accounting, member service, and engineering. Precorp is always striving for A+ service, great rates, and being a trusted energy partner. Their work environment is driven by knowing your role, living your values, and making your career plan. If you are looking to be part of an industry leader, then look no further. Go to precorp.coop/employment opportunities and apply today.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as a county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Hello.
Welcome back. Cowboy State Daily, Saturdays with Jeff, right here on CowboyStateDaily.com. You can stream us on YouTube, our Facebook page, X, or right there at CowboyStateDaily.com. Send me a text message, 307-620-8866. Australian singer-songwriter Kevin Sullivan. He went from police forensic crime scene investigator to award-winning eclectic singer-songwriter with a music career spanning the last 2 decades. Now he travels around with his wife, his 3 kids, performed over 270 shows since COVID. He's traveled over 250,000 kilometers. Wow. His latest single, Our Piece of the Map, is out now. We're excited. He's hanging out in the Zoom room. There he is. Kevin Sullivan. Kevin, thanks so much for coming on the show.
Hello, Wyoming, and hello, Jeff. It's great to be on board. How are you, my friend?
Awesome. Well, first, congrats. Our Piece of the Map's been out for 2 weeks, and it's already hit the top 10 on the Australian country radio charts. That's got to make you feel good.
It makes me feel good, but you never know which song's going to do it, Jeff. You sort of think sometimes this one's going to do it, and it doesn't, and other times. So, look, I'm really happy how this one's going, and it's all about home, where we live, so yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, we'll talk about the song here coming up, but because it's got its own story, but you have an incredible story. For people that don't know anything about you, Kevin, you went from forensic crime scene investigator. Your background includes, high-profile investigations. You were defusing bombs in the 2000 Sydney Olympics. I don't get this. It said you even served in witness protection. Is this for you? Is this for the people you were investigating? What is this?
No, I was in the police for nearly 27 years in New South Wales, a state in Australia, and I was in uniform. I went into forensic work, and I sort of specialised as a bomb technician. So I worked for the Sydney 2000 Olympics, doing bomb tech work, and then I did a bit of an offshoot. I worked in the witness protection program, so people on witness protection. I like to mix it up a bit, Jeff, but all the while music was sort of my outlet. So I was always a musician, and it's never too late to chase your dreams. So that's what I'm doing.
No, and you never know what's going to happen in life, because all these murder investigations, all of this crazy stuff, what takes you out is you're riding a bike. You're riding a pedal bike. Tell fans this story.
Look, I went back to uniform and I was promoted to inspector at a station in Sydney, and I didn't live far from there. I was a boss and I got a car spot, but you try to keep fit. So I used to ride my push bike to work, and I hit a steel bollard, and my wife Belinda said to me, and she said, you should have always been a musician. She said, I think God threw you off that push bike. Now, I don't know, Jeff, I don't think God goes throwing people off push bikes, but maybe he did give me a bit of a gentle nudge, because I'm really loving being a full-time musician.
Yeah, so he's riding his bike, he crashes, tears up his arm, he's out. Then the ghosts of his past, or these murders, everything starts catching up with him. He gets PTSD. He gets taken off the force. You get to retire early. And music has always been with you. You even said it, Kevin, because I even saw a picture. You're in uniform, playing guitar and singing somewhere. So, this just didn't happen overnight.
No, I think when I came off a push bike, I actually broke my right humerus, which is the bone between your elbow and your shoulder. I broke it in 7 places, and in the whole time I was in the police, I never really took sick days. People said you shouldn't go off sick, and so I was off work for such a long time. They messed up the operation, and I had time and all the jobs, because I did a lot of major crime and traumatic jobs, like you said, murders, and I only did major crime. And yeah, they started coming back to me. I would develop post-traumatic stress disorder. So I went through all that, and I've sort of come out the other side. I still manage my PTSD, but and I always tell people, and your listeners as well, if you're suffering from PTSD or depression or anxiety, when I joined the police, there weren't many avenues where you could go and report it. But these days, there's so many places, not only in Australia, but around the world, in the States, I know there is, and it's all about, looking after each other. So if anyone's struggling, go and get professional help. It's what I did, and I've come out the other side, and as a musician, I'm just loving it. I'm really loving it. Now look at my hair. I've got this crazy hair.
yeah, he's got the long hair now. 2-decade career. it's paying off because last night I'm going through the Indie Country Music Australia Awards, and I think I see Sullivan on every award. This is insane. You're up for 9 nominations. Even KJ, your son, has 2 nominations.
He's even having a crack, and look, we're just chasing our dream, and I don't know where this musical journey is going to take, but I'm just trying to enjoy. I mean, obviously, I would like it all. Jeff, I'm not getting any younger. I want it all. I want it now. But I've done such amazing things. Back in 2013, I was lucky enough to record some music in Nashville and at Alex the Great Studios there, and with some great American musicians who were just fantastic. So look, it's just opened so many doors. And again, I've said it before. I'll say it a lot. It's never too late to chase your dream, and if you want to be a ballerina or an astronaut, just have a go.
Yes, don't be afraid. Jump in. Go check out Kevin. He's at KevinSullivanMusic.com. He's on Facebook, YouTube, Spotify, Instagram, Apple Music. His brand new single, Our Piece of the Map, is out now. Well, was it COVID? When did we start traveling in the van?
Yeah, I released a song. In just before COVID started, back in 2020. I'd been to Gallipoli in Turkey, which is a famous battle for Australians. We didn't do all that well, but I know in the States, when I travelled around the States, I saw how much respect you guys have for your members of the Defence Force, and I wrote a song called Pilgrimage, and we have a famous day for our veterans called Anzac Day, and I went to release this song on Anzac Day. It was in COVID, and you won't believe it, Jeff, they cancelled Anzac Day because of COVID. I said to my wife, they say a good performer, timing's everything, but timing was lousy because I wrote this song about this special Veterans Day, and I said, we should get one of those caravans, and my wife's going, are you crazy? I said, yeah, probably. So in 2020, we got a van and we just took our 3 kids, we rented our house and we hit the road. We didn't have many shows lined up, but we travelled all the way around Australia and we did thousands and thousands of kilometres. And at the time, probably like you guys in the States, there were so many lockdowns, so many crazy things happening, and there weren't many artists who were doing anything. So we would sort of turn up in these remote towns across Australia with our family band, and people were like, who are you guys and how are you travelling and playing music? And it was emotional. People weren't seeing their kids or their grandkids. So, we're a bit of luck, a bit of good management. We have a lot of faith too, Jeff, so we just kept going and had a go, and it really paid off for us, yeah.
Yeah, they kept going and going, and he's still going, but he's actually might have a house. We'll ask him about that. But you're traveling. You formed this close bond with the Gray Nomads. This is interesting. If we're not familiar with this, tell us about the Gray Nomads.
So Gray Nomads, we call Gray Nomads sort of elderly people. They're greying in their hair, and they become nomadic. Their kids are grown up. They're retired, they've got some money, so they start travelling. And, we kept running into these Grey Nomads because elderly people, as you know, they're pretty smart. They've been around and they've done a lot of things. They know lots of stuff. So we kept running into them, and I was in a random remote place, and this Grey Nomad had a sticker on the back of his car that said, I'm going skiing, S-K-I. And I said, what does that mean on the back of your van? He said, that means we're spending the kids' inheritance. So I wrote a song called Spending the Kids' Inheritance, and we just met some random people in a van park, and I said, would you be in my music video? We've got a lot of music videos on YouTube, and just some random people we met on the road who were elderly in our video. So look, it's been a lot of fun, a lot of hard work, but yeah, it's been really fantastic. It really has.
That's hilarious. Yeah, and tell you where to stay, tell you all the hot spots, and the Gray Nomads. Well, your kids, KJ, is he 16 now?
He's just gone 16 and discovered girls. So he's in his second last year of sort of junior school. Our daughter Cha-Cha, she's 14, and our little guy's 10. So they've been travelling for like 8, 9 years since they were really little. Musically, they've got a lot of great stage presence because they've done like sort of hundreds and hundreds of shows. We were on the Voice Australia. We were travelling and we were contacted by the Voice. So we went on the Voice. I tell people we didn't get a chair turn, but Keith Urban was one of the judges, and we got to hug Keith Urban, and he's very huggable and he's really lovely. Even when the cameras stop rolling, Jeff, he's the real deal, and he's a superstar, as you know. He's been number one in the States for a long time, and he was just a great guy. He spoke to us, he knew about us, he knew about our songs. I wrote a song years ago called Outback Australia, and he knew about that, and it was just a great, even though he didn't get a chair turn, it was a great experience.
Yeah, that's incredible. And Keith's a good guy, but I mean, with the kids getting older, I mean, KJ's taller than you right now. Are they still enjoying traveling all around?
Look, we've had about 6 months where we've slowed down a little bit because we're trying to be responsible parents. I mean, it is hard at times because they've got sort of finals for their schooling and their education. I think the fact that we've done so many thousands of Ks, they're enjoying just being at home, playing sport, and I'm still releasing songs, but look, they're still enjoying it. They've learned instruments. KJ does lead guitar. Our daughter Chacho's doing the piano and mandolin. Our little guy Jet, he's 10, he's learning the piano. And they're very confident on stage, but look, they're still enjoying it, but we're just mindful of their education. So we're juggling, we're trying to keep a lot of balls in the air, Jeff, and we're sort of half managing them. I think we're slowly getting there.
Yeah, managing everything. Because it's summer here, it's winter over there. Are they in school? Are we homeschooled? How do we do it?
During COVID, so we were homeschooling for a while, and then we were doing a thing called distance education where they were getting things sent to them, via the internet. At the moment, they're back in their regular schools. But yeah, we sort of pick and choose. We travel away to do gigs, but it's been a little bit less this year because it's getting to their final exam year. So, but yeah, we're still going strong. Like I said, my boy KJ, he's discovered girls, and our daughter Chacha, I think she's just discovering boys. So there's all those dynamics going on. As all your parents and your shows would be sort of, they know all about that. I'm open to some suggestions if they can give me any. I'm happy to hear from anyone.
Yeah, teenagers, you never know what's going to happen. That's the good thing. Who drives the van? Is it just you and Belinda? What?
Yeah, so Belinda's up front, but I do the majority of the driving. My wife Belinda had some spinal surgery a couple of years ago, so every now and then she'll do an hour here and there, but I do the majority of the driving. But yeah, we're just sort of we're just having a great time, and we'd never travelled as much, and now we've seen the whole length and breadth of Australia. We've travelled a fair bit overseas as well, but we just love seeing all of our big backyard here in Australia, and we'd love you guys to all come down and see it too.
Yeah, and we'd love to come to Australia, and maybe after you watch Kevin's new video for the new single, you might be heading there as well. But yes, his new single, Our Piece of the Map, is out now. Go and check him out, KevinSullivanMusic.com. He's on Facebook, YouTube, Spotify, Instagram, Apple Music. Your last single, Elliot, this was the second single you collaborated with this. How do you pronounce his name? Stuart Joel what?
Stuart Joel Nugget, and he's an indigenous fellow from sort of the remote areas of Australia in the centre. And he sings in indigenous language. So we met him while we were touring, and we wrote a couple of songs. We wrote a song called I'm Barred Again, and then we wrote this song called Elliot, which is about his mum, who's one of the last female elders who speaks in his indigenous language. And we went to Elliot and filmed the music video, and we stayed with his mum and his auntie. That was a bit of an experience, but it was fantastic. And it was just, so they showed us about the land and culture and water, and it was just really, really special. We feel blessed to have done that.
Yeah, if you go watch the video, they filmed it right there in the town. All the people are there. his grandma? Who is it? His mom? Who is it?
It's Stuart's mum.
Yeah.
And she's the last elder to speak this Indigenous language. We stayed with his auntie, and there was all these other Indigenous family and friends who were there, and it was really, really special. It was great.
Well, and the first song you do with Stuart, this "I'm Barred Again," it's about drinking and being in the bar. You go from that to his Indigenous people.
Look, I like to mix it up a little bit. So it was Stu's idea. He said, look, sometimes we all sort of play up a bit too much and maybe overindulge a bit. So it was sort of a bit of a message there. I hope you got that message, that don't play up or you can lose everything. The poor fellow we're singing about, he lost his girlfriend, he lost his house, he got barred, and I think he had to sleep outside with the dog in the end. But it went very well, that song, "I'm Barred Again." People love that. I think because most people can relate to it, Jeff, I think.
Yeah, we can definitely relate to it out here in Wyoming, that's for sure. I mean, I get it with the Elliott. I'm Basque. I mean, a lot of our elders are passing away. The language is, slowly fading away, which is very sad. Yeah, so it's an awesome song. Go and check it out, Elliott, by Kevin Sullivan and Stuart Joel Nugget. Anything more coming from you two, or is that it? Just the two?
We've written a song. It's a real unifying song. So it's about how, for Australia, probably similar to the United States as well, that we have people come from all over the world who call Australia home. And the next song we've written, it's called "Give Me a Story." There's a bit of a scoop for you there, Jeff. And it's about, no matter where you've come from, we're all Australians, and let's all stick together and just be proud of where we are and be proud of this amazing country. So that's probably coming out the next month or two. So keep an eye out for that one, Jeff.
So more coming with Kevin and Stuart Joel. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back, chat more with Kevin about his new single, his wife, traveling on the road, and more. Don't go anywhere. It's Cowboy State Daily Saturdays with Jeff right here on cowboystatedaily.com.
So how's that boosted social media post working out for you?
Oh, you mean the one my mom liked twice?
Brutal.
You know what does get attention in Wyoming?
Cowboy State Daily Radio. With Cowboy State Daily Radio, your business gets real statewide exposure through interviews, sponsorships, and advertising people actually remember.
Because nobody wakes up excited to see another banner ad, but they will remember hearing your business on Cowboy State Daily Radio.
Advertise with Cowboy State Daily Radio today. Contact me, Piper Fenimore, at piper@cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You've done the hard part. You quit smoking. Now do the easy part and get scanned for lung cancer. If you smoked, you may still be at risk, but early detection could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Saturdays with Jeff right here on cowboystatedaily.com. You can check us out on our Facebook page, X, YouTube, or right there at cowboystatedaily.com. We're chatting with Kevin Sullivan, Australian singer-songwriter, is hanging out in the Zoom room with us this morning. His brand new single, Our Piece of the Map, is out now. Your wife, Belinda, you guys have been married since like 2003. How did you two meet?
She was a detective in the police as well.
Oh wow!
And I met Belinda at the police academy. Would you believe? I was down there visiting a friend of mine, and he said, "I've met this girl. I think you'll marry her." I said, "I don't just meet girls and marry them. I've got to, we all have a thing where we chat up the opposite sex, Jeff, and my thing was I've got to have a guitar, and it just so happened the police academy had a guitar behind the bar, and so the rest, as they say, is history. So it was fantastic.
Well, then I guess she had a little taste of the music. She probably never thought that it would turn into this.
No, she really didn't. She got out of the police after about 6 years, and she studied, did a master's in management, and was a CEO, and but now she manages Kevin Sullivan Incorporated, actually. So it's not a very good paying job, Jeff, I might add, but she's the big boss. So and I think we talk about it because we've done so many miles, and it's just really lovely seeing our children, playing music, being on stage, and they get a confidence. We try to keep them very grounded without sort of being show-offy kids, because no one likes that. And we think we're doing a fair job of that as well. But Belinda really is the glue that keeps it all together. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, that's for sure. Well, Jet and Cha-Cha, I love their red hair. It's just insane.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy because sometimes on stage I have a bit of sort of jokes, a bit of banter. And I say, we've got this 16-year-old son who's tall and blonde. He looks like he's from Sweden, and I have a forensic background. And I say to them, I know a bit about DNA. It's deoxyribonucleic acid, and I say, I know about DNA. It's genetic makeup. I've got this blonde guy from Sweden, and I've got these two redheads. I sometimes ask my wife, what the hell's going on here? So.
What happened here? Where'd these kids come from?
Exactly. I mean, I've got a bit of ginger in my hair, and Belinda's blonde, but you wouldn't know what colour. She changes her hair pretty regularly, but we never really knew. There's a bit of a thing in Australia about redheaded kids, how they can be a little bit wild, and I never believed that till we had some redheaded kids. It's all true, Jeff. They're pretty crazy, but anyway, we love them. They're beautiful, but they're fiery at times.
Yes, they're fiery, but they look too much like you guys, though. So they're obviously yours. Yeah. So you can't.
I can't disown them. No, I'll claim them.
No, you can't deny that. What's with this video of you are in like emergency care, getting your wedding ring taken off? What'd you do to your finger?
Look, we're away. So our daughter Cha-Cha, she's just one of those kids who's just a champion at everything. And my wife played representative netball when she was younger. And Belinda, I think, they got my musical genes, but they got my wife's sporting genes. And we were up in another part of the state. Our daughter Cha-Cha was playing representative football, and my son kicked the ball, hit me on the wedding ring finger, and I woke up about 2 a.m, and my finger was swollen. I went to the hospital, and they said, it's got to come off. I said, no, it's my wedding ring. And I looked at my wife, and she said, that's got to come off. So only she was there. I would have sort of hung in there with it, but my finger had turned sort of purpley blue, and yeah, it was either the ring or my finger. So it's pretty important to play guitars that hand. So the ring came off, but we're getting it fixed. We're going to glue it back together or something, I think.
Yeah, it's got to weld it back together or solder it back together or something. So make it a little bigger, just in case. But Oh, man. Go check out Kevin. He's at KevinSullivanMusic.com. He's on Facebook, YouTube, Spotify, Instagram, Apple Music. His brand new single, Our Piece of the Map, is out now. You're an ambassador for this MND, this motor neuron disease. This is crazy. Why is this big in Australia, or what's going on here?
Look, it's it's a pretty terrible thing, and I'm one of 6 kids. Sadly, one of my younger sisters, she was diagnosed about a year ago, May last year actually, and we then brought my sister Anne home to live with us, and she went downhill pretty quickly. It's a muscle degenerative disease, and sadly she passed away in our house, Jeff. So we couldn't really tour for a while, and we're still a little bit emotional about it. So I was, for about 5 years, I was an ambassador for the Children's Tumour Foundation, and then we moved. Now I'm an ambassador for motor neuron disease, just trying to raise awareness and funding for it. And it's pretty devastating. We saw it firsthand with my sister Anne living here. So there's lots of people, and sadly every second person we meet knows someone who's affected by motor neuron disease. So we really need to find a cure.
Yeah, I mean, it says that 2 Australians are diagnosed with MND every day. 2 lose their life every day to this. I mean, I've never heard of it until this week. I was just like, man.
It's pretty crazy. And they're also saying there's a couple of clusters in different parts of Australia, and they still have no idea what causes it. So, it's, any sort of, publicity we can put towards it, so is a good thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Your new single, Little Piece of the Map. Well, what's actually crazy is after all of this traveling and everything with Kevin, you actually have a house.
Yeah, we have a house. We live down, so if any of your listeners know sort of the map of Australia, we live on the east coast. We're about 2 hours south of Sydney, and we're on the coast. And, we've travelled all over Australia and all over the world too, and we love lots of parts of Australia, and there's some great parts of your amazing country that we've travelled all around America as well. But we do love our little piece of the map here where we live, and when you write a song about where you live and your own little sort of pot of gold, it's a song that writes itself pretty easily, I must admit.
Yeah, it's an incredible song because it even has a backstory. So the town you live in has this, Tasman Road?
Yeah, it's Tasman Drive, and it's a street that comes down, and you can see the beach, and the street sort of drops off as if you're driving straight down the street, straight into the ocean. And about a year ago, a female influencer drove down the street and said, "Is this the best street in our state?" And that to date, it's had about 12 million hits. And since then, it's gone viral and global. And we have had thousands and thousands of people, and I'm really not making this up, and they're here every day. A lot of people from China, but we get it from India and Germany and Brazil and the States to photograph this street. And it's really crazy. So...
Yeah,
they're dancing and they're dressed up, and yes.
All from a TikTok video going viral on this Tasman Drive in the town that Kevin lives in. So when did the song, when you're like, okay, now we got to write a song about this, when did it all happen?
No, well, I co-wrote Our Piece of the Map with a guy called Peter Santella, who lives in another state of Australia, South Australia. We'd written a song before called Journey, which is on my second album, album Three Ways. And he was telling me about a year ago, he said, I was driving through, sort of outback South Australia. He said, I saw a homemade sign in the front of someone's house that said, "This is our piece of the map." And when he told me, I said, that is a great title for a song. So we sat down together and we just basically, like I said, it sort of wrote itself. When you talk about where you live, your pot of gold or your spiritual home, And it's a lot of people they're really reacting to it. It has gone pretty crazy, which is good. People say it gets in their head, they can't get it out, which I enjoy as well. So.
Yeah, that's a good problem to have. Because where are you? You've done a few clips here. You're with all these cows. Where was that at?
So we live right on the coast, but. We're sort of a country town 2 hours south of Sydney, and even though we're coast, we're a bit of a tourist spot, but we're also like a farming community as well. So about 5 kilometres from the coast, there's some dairy farms, and we've got sort of green hills. And a friend of ours, Barry, he owns a dairy farm, and in the song, there's a line in the song where I say, "You might have a house in the city. Maybe it's a farm full of stock, a caravan, apartment or houseboat, anywhere from here to Bangkok." So I thought I better do some footage on a farm, and we went out to Barry's dairy farm, and the cows are pretty big. I don't know if you've been to many dairy farms, Jeff, but those cows are big, and I put the video up, and a lot of people. Some people are very cruel. They said, "Kevin, you look very scared of those cows." I said, "That's because I was scared of the cows. That's why." I'm a musician, not a farmer.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah, because these cows are like 1,000 pounds.
They're big cows.
They're huge. That's funny. There's the Johnson County Fair and Rodeo just 30 miles down the road, and I was watching some of the kids showing cows this week, and I was like, that's insane. These little girls are standing next to these huge steers, and they're just hanging. Yeah, I'm like, yeah. I don't blame you, Kevin. Yeah, exactly. I don't blame you, Kevin, for looking a little scared. I would have looked the same way. But yeah, go check him out. KevinSullivanMusic.com. He's on Facebook, YouTube, Spotify, Instagram. His brand new single, Our Piece of the Map, is out now. Because where does the road go? Because, I mean, this is an impressive road, and it looks like it's going right down into the ocean. Where does it lead to?
So at the bottom of Tasman Drive, there's a street you can't see, but the street turns right and then goes to the beach. But it's just the way it's sort of set out. It's just fantastic. It is. I mean, it is a good view. We've come to appreciate. We drive down it a lot as well, although it's hard to get down because there's a lot of traffic there. It's like gridlock there most days. It takes you an hour to get down the street, and we're in the middle of nowhere.
That's insane. All off a TikTok video, and now you've got a top 10 song from it. So you never know. So what's next, Kevin? What's happening?
Look, we've got some shows towards the end of the year. So one of our biggest country music festivals is in a place called Tamworth. That's in January. So we're locked in to do that. We've got some other shows next year. I'm possibly maybe releasing. I've got my third album is ready to go. So I'm hoping to release that later this year. We'll maybe watch this space. But look, we're just taking it one day at a time, Jeff. And again, I said we have a lot of faith. We're in God's hands. I sometimes wish that God's timing would line up with my timing. I'm certainly not criticising him, but it would be nice if they aligned every now and then. But I think he gives us everything at the right time, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, and yeah, having some setbacks, you've had some family stuff, and you're probably itching. I mean, you guys were pounding the road for years, and now you've been home for a while. You're probably going to stay crazy.
Feet, Jeff. You've read it properly, my friend. My feet are itchy. I'd want to go out because it's about it's almost 11 o'clock at night here at the moment, and I almost want to go and do a show tonight somewhere, but I won't. But it's late. But yeah, I am getting itchy feet. But again, everything at the right time. So we've had to do other stuff. I've been writing an autobiography for the past 2 years. My transition from forensic policeman to full-time singer-songwriter. So we hope that's going to be out next year, and I've been working with a best-selling author. So again, there's a lot of things happening at the moment, and we're just trying to work on all of them at the moment as well.
Yeah, that was my last question. Where's the book? It's coming. I saw it like a month ago or so. You said the last chapter was done. So do we have a timeline? It's still in the editor? What's happening?
Oh, look, we're still working through it, I had it finished, but then I felt obliged to write another chapter about my sister Anne, who had motor neurone disease and who lived here, and who was a very big supporter of my music. So I've written another chapter, and that's off with this best-selling author I'm working with, Campbell McConaughey. So yeah, look, it's coming, and we want to get it right. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. Three Ways, his last album. Go and check that out. It's awesome. Our Piece of the Map, his current single, is also out now. And the music video is coming. So keep your eyes out for that. Kevin Sullivan, thanks so much for coming on.
Yeah, we started filming because I do music videos, as you can see on YouTube. And my daughter said to me, we've just started doing TikTok. And she said, Dad, Facebook is for old people like you. Instagram is for younger people. TikTok is for young kids like us. You can't do TikTok. I said, I've got bad news. We're doing TikTok. So, yeah, I'll look at that too.
Yes, go to TikTok. Check them out. Kevin Sullivan, thanks so much, buddy, for coming on the show.
It's been great being on Country State Daily and talking to you, Jeff. You're a good fella, and thanks so much for having me on. I appreciate it.
Yes, Kevin Sullivan Music. Go and check him out. It's top of the hour. It's time for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. After taking in a friend's baby, a Casper foster mom says her family became the target of anonymous threats by the biological mother. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that the biomom is charged with 2 stalking felonies.
Investigators allege that 27-year-old Dodgy Carter used fake messaging apps, social media accounts, and more to reach out to a foster mom while she had custody of her biological son. When the infant was first placed in Monroe's care, she received an anonymous message that said, "You're going to die," with a knife emoji and blood. Monroe quickly took this to the police, and an investigation was able to link it back to Dodgy Carter. The threats continued for several weeks, even after protection orders were put in place.
Carter was bound over to district court Tuesday after a preliminary hearing on 2 felony counts of stalking and 2 misdemeanor counts of violating a stalking protection order. She's posted a $3,500 surety bond and was released from custody. U.S. House candidate Steve Freese received 19 endorsements on Thursday by Republican lawmakers, former legislators, and energy industry leaders. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Chuck Gray calls them, quote, a tired class of political 1% insiders.
Steve Freese, who's running for U.S. House, garnered 19 endorsements this week, including from former Republican Governor Jim Geringer, a host of Republican lawmakers, former lawmakers, oil and gas industry leaders. Secretary of State Chuck Gray fired back by calling them a class of insiders, essentially, who are in favor of woke wind and data center projects. That may come as a surprise to some of them. For example, Dan Dockstetter, who was among the endorsers, was one of the very few votes against big tax exemptions for data centers.
Gray has come out against data centers, while Freese has said state and county governments, not Congress, should lead data center permitting decisions in ways that protect Wyomingites. Both men tout a pro-traditional energy stance. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Make sure your vehicle is in good working condition. Proper tire inflation, fluids topped off, good wiper blades, and brake inspections. Carry emergency supplies in your vehicle like non-perishable food and water. This is a reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation. Tax revenue from Wyoming wind projects supports police, fire, EMS, and schools. Energy development is about communities, not just power. More information is available at poweringupwyoming.org. Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Another 10 illegal drivers were busted in Laramie County on Sheriff Brian Kozak's latest Truck Around and Find Out operation this week. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that includes one speeding with what looked like emergency lights.
The last Truck Around campaign that they did, they arrested 46. They started this back in November. There's almost 130 illegal drivers have been taken off the road. But Kozak said that really it's not about, although that gets the headlines, it's not about just going out and rounding up illegal drivers. It's about unsafe truck driving. And people who are illegal and don't have licenses are unsafe. Kozak also said that he knows the Truck Around and Find Out campaign is going to get criticism. It's going to be politicized. And he says he's expected that, and that has happened.
Overall, this week's Truck Around and Find Out resulted in about 120 traffic stops, with 40 tickets issued to drivers and 10 arrests for being in the country illegally. So says Sheriff Kozak and Chief Deputy Chance Walkama. A suspended Newcastle police sergeant pleaded not guilty Thursday to charges alleging a year-long pattern of abuse toward a woman. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that he faces up to 27 and a half years in prison.
On Thursday, a suspended Newcastle police sergeant pled not guilty to 6 criminal charges. Prosecutors say that 36-year-old Nicholas Kaminsky, in uniform, terrorized an ex-girlfriend. He used a police cruiser, a canine, and allegedly a knife. Kaminsky posted a $35,000 cash bond weeks ago. His next court appearance will be for a trial unless they come to a plea agreement before then.
During the hearing, defense attorney Ryan Titus told the court Kaminsky had found new employment that requires travel. He asked the judge to modify Kaminsky's bond conditions to allow him to leave the 6th Judicial District Court for work. Crook County Attorney Denise Day did not object. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
We all make choices about alcohol. Kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, remind me about that party again?
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations, and they want honest answers in everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you.
Welcome back. Cowboy State Daily, Saturdays with Jeff, right here on cowboystatedaily.com. 6 minutes past the 7 o'clock hour. You can watch us on YouTube, on our Facebook page, on X, or right there on cowboystatedaily.com. Well, it's the biggest weekend in Buffalo, Wyoming. It's the Johnson County Fair and Rodeo. Chairman of the Johnson County Fair Board, one of my classmates, Lacey Schiffer. It's always weird. I almost say Lacey Harriet every time. But Lacey Schiffer, she joins us on the show. Lacey, thanks so much for coming on.
Yes, thanks for having us, Jeff.
Well, wow, we were just talking. Your husband, Ben, first time in like decades, team roped on Thursday night. Why the layoff? Why did he come back? What's going on?
Well, I think his buddy just entered him, and they probably roped together in high school, and Ben just said yes, so he caught, so that's a good thing. So,
well,
yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, was he practicing? I mean, they caught their first time. Was he? Did he practice before Thursday?
He went to the neighbors and practiced like twice. So he did a little practicing. He does rope and ride on the ranch, but not in competition mode. So
not for real, but
no, not for real. But that's what I think the great thing about the Johnson County Fair and Rodeo, that you could take a break for 20, 30 years and come right back. And you did it growing up in high school and stuff. And people just love to come here and participate. Yeah. It's really special.
You hear that, Travis Green? There's still time.
Yeah.
Say,
yes.
You hear that? So I said weekend, but this has been going on since July 24th. But first, before we get into the week, when does the planning, when does the prep, when does the scheduling, when does it all start happening?
Like September. Like we, as soon as it's over, we're kind of going and seeing what worked and what didn't. And we start planning. We're actually the longest running county fair in the state of Wyoming. This is our 141st year of doing fair and rodeo in Johnson County. So it's a big deal. But yeah, we start planning as soon as it's over, basically.
It takes a year. It takes 11 months to do a week.
Yeah.
I didn't know that until I was researching you the last couple of nights, researching the fair. This is the oldest fair in the state, dating back to 1885. I mean, I had no idea, which little Buffalo, Wyoming. Do we know why or who started it?
I think that like this area was very like rich in horses, and I think it kind of started with like some horse races in the area and then just grew from that. So, and I don't know how long we've been in this actual spot, but I think for quite a while, like probably 120 years or something. So
yeah. I don't think they've moved too far, but
No.
I mean, it's crazy. You mentioned it, and I think it's even more this year how the community comes out and supports this thing.
Yeah, it is just crazy that I think it's kind of the one time in Johnson County that you can see a lot of your friends and neighbors that you probably haven't seen since last county fair. That just, it's something that everybody comes to. There's, third, fourth generations participating in either showing livestock on the 4-H and FFA side or participating in the county fair or in the rodeo part of it.
Yeah, I've been seeing on my Facebook feed all week the kids showing, and they showed, now their kids are showing, and it's just generation after generation. How's the energy? How's the turnout been so far this week?
It's been great. We, like you said, it started last Sunday, kind of kicked it off, and we had dog races, and I bet there were 40 or 50 people watching the dog races that we had, and then the finals will be on Sunday. And I think your sister-in-law's dog, I think Chris's dog made the finals.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Huh.
Yeah.
Well, how's the heat? I mean, it had to be rough so far this week.
Yeah, it's actually been better than we thought. We actually started Saturday with the ranch sorting. That was really hot. We postponed it a few hours. Sunday, bringing all the livestock in was pretty rough on some of, everything's fine. But yeah, it was just warm that day. Horse show, it kind of cooled down. It's been cooler than we thought. So it's been a little better.
Yeah, well.
So we've had some breezes and some cloud cover, so.
We'll see today and tomorrow since we have like an extreme heat warning over in Sheridan today. So
Yes, that's what Saturday and Sunday might be a little more dicey for the rodeo performances or today.
We're chatting with Lacey Schiffer, the chairman of the Johnson County Fair Board. This weekend, the big Johnson County Rodeo. You can go check it out, johnsoncountyfairgrounds.com for all the information, or check out their website. Today's the big day. I mean, we got to hurry up because your kids are running the Klondike Rush coming up at 7:30. We got the parade on Main Street.
Yep.
Is this starting?
Kiwanis Pancake Breakfast.
Yeah, the Kiwanis Pancake Breakfast is going on. What time is the parade? Is it?
The parade starts at 10.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And it'll start, down on the south end of Main Street and go all the way through First Interstate Bank. Last year they had a different route, but we're back on our main route. So that'll start at 10.
All the construction.
That
every Main
last
Street
year
has
was
had.
rough with the construction, but and then hopefully after the parade everybody comes out. We'll have our concession stand open, exhibit halls open to come and look at everything that people entered in the fair, and then the rodeo will start at 12:30. We have a special grand entry, which I should have grabbed his name, but the gentleman that jumps out of the plane with the flag that's done the YO rodeo.
Oh, okay. That doesn't have any legs.
Yes. Yeah. He's going to be doing our grand entry with, jumping out with the flag banner, doing that. And that'll kick off our rodeo this year. So we're really excited to have him.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Come and do that.
That guy's incredible. And I don't think he's been in Sheridan for a while, or I haven't seen him. I mean, we used to just go out and watch him drop.
Yep. Yeah. So that's pretty exciting. And then after the rodeo, people can move over. We're doing our junior livestock sale tonight. That'll start at 6, and all the kids' hard work that they've done in the year for their animals. I'm not quite sure how many animals we're selling tonight, but I think there'll be some rabbits and chickens and beef, pigs, goats, sheep. So.
Yeah, everything. Tonight, 6 o'clock, junior livestock sale in the show ring out there at the fairgrounds. Well, what can we expect for the performances at the rodeo, the slack events? What's happening this weekend?
We'll have like a full rodeo. We have a lot of fun novelty events during our rodeo, so it's not just the standard, like what you see at the YO. We'll have mutton busting, calf scramble, rescue race where there's somebody standing on a barrel, there's a barrel out there. You have to ride in, double on a horse, drop your partner off on the barrel, then come back around a pole and then go pick up your partner. So that usually gets a little wild and fun. And then we have some hide racers. So there's a little more than just what you see at your average rodeo. We want lots of people to participate, lots of kids. We make it a really fun kind of family hometown rodeo.
Yeah. What are the kids still riding sheep, or what are the kids riding? Yeah.
Yep. We'll have kids riding sheep, kids riding calves. And you pretty much, it's all Johnson County residents. We just keep it to a county only rodeo. So it's just fun. Do you see your neighbor, your banker, your whoever that you work with, they're out here participating. So that's kind of fun to see people in a different light.
Yeah. I was like, I didn't know you could rope and or ride or whatever. And you'll see them at the Johnson County Rodeo. For the parade, I mean, we always go by First Northern Bank to watch it. Where do you guys go? Where's your spot?
We like to go to Wahoo's and have, Tristan always has a nice Bloody Mary up there. So that's a good place to start the day before we have to come out here.
Yeah. Wahoo's, and then always in front of the Century Club. There's always, because I think my brother and I were talking about it. This is like the only day of the year that you can drink out on the street in Buffalo, Wyoming and get away with it. So,
So, people usually kind of make a day of it, but my kids are on their 4-H float, so we could sneak away and have a little cocktail to start our day after they run, after the Klondike. So
after they sweat it off, but the Klondike, it's hilarious because one year, this was years ago, I don't remember what we were doing, but we were out having a good time until very late in the evening.
Yeah.
And I think we went there to watch, I don't think we were participating. I think we were watching Bob, my father-in-law, or Bobby, my brother-in-law, run the race. And we were out till, I don't even know. I think we closed the place down. I look over, and here comes your husband, Ben, to run the race. And I'm like, are you kidding me? It was insane.
I know. Back in the day, he used to, we'd stay out late, and he'd run the Klondike, then go to the parade and probably stay downtown most of the day and not make it to the rodeo. That might be why he hasn't participated in a few years, because he was too busy at the bars, and then we had kids, so then he was busy with them.
This was pre-kids, so I was just like, Ben, really? You're running this thing? Oh yeah. I was like, have you even trained? No. No. We were out till like 3 or 4 in the morning. Whatever. Whatever.
I know. We used to be tough.
I don't know about doing that anymore. We're chatting with Lacey Shiver. She's the chairman of the Johnson County Fair Board. Today and tomorrow, the big Johnson County Rodeo. They got the parade. They got all kinds of stuff. We've already seen the dog show, the sheep and swine shows. How's the quality of the livestock been this year?
It's been really good. I think our judge was very happy with the quality of our livestock. I think we showed maybe 140 pigs the other night and probably 75 sheep. I think we had like 20 rabbits, maybe 30 chickens in the shows, like 15 goats. So our barns are full, so they were really good, and we had some good championship drives all week.
I saw some pictures of some of the cows. I mean, these are legit. I was like, holy cow, where'd these cows come from? I mean, where do they get them?
These kids, that's the longest and probably hardest 4-H project. They're picking out those steers September, October, and bringing them up when they're little calves. So they're getting them when they're, 300 to 500 pounds, and then they raise them all year long until today. So, they're 1,000 and more pounds is what they're dealing with. And some of those little kids can't even see over their steer.
No, and they're sitting there holding it and brushing it. I was like, what? It must be like to calm the steer or something.
That's to calm them down. So they rub on them and they calm them down. And these kids, they've been working with them since, 9 months, and they're, most of them are really gentle and are used to, they probably work with them, walk them and work with them a few hours every day.
Yeah, because now the steer's 1,000 pounds or whatever it is.
Yeah. And then they get their hair, they wash them a lot and blow dry them. There's a lot of hair on those cattle to make them look all fluffy and cute.
Yeah, it's
incredible.
The Junior Livestock Sale is scheduled tonight, 6 o'clock. Remind the community, it's huge. We need community support.
It's
I mean,
huge.
it's an auction. This is critical for the kids.
Yep. And there's lots of ways you can support it. But yeah, like I said, these beef kids have had their beef, almost 9 months. Every other kids get their stuff marched. They've been working really hard to make these animals ready for fair. So you can come out, you can buy an animal, you can do, an add-on if you want to give some kids just $50 towards their project. You can select an add-on for that also. If you don't if you want to purchase something, but you don't need the meat, you could donate it to the food pantry, or we have a buyback program where they credit you the market price. And we have a list of buyers that want to support the kids that way too. So there's lots of ways to get out and support these kids that have worked really hard.
Yeah, that's amazing. What was Friday? What was this called? This round robin. What is this? How does this work?
The round robin is for senior FFA and 4-H kids. If you win your showmanship class, and showmanship is just how you show off your animal and showcase it. They're not looking at necessarily the quality of the animal. So if you win that, then they do a class and you have to go around and show everybody's species. So there'll be the grand champion horse, pig, goat, beef, lamb, and those kids, they have to show that animal for like 3 to 5 minutes at each spot. So it really shows how well you know your animals, or you've gone and asked somebody to help you learn how to show that animal. And then the person that shows the best, they get points for each spot. They actually win a scholarship from Sheridan College. I think a $5,000 scholarship.
Holy cow.
From Sheridan College. Yeah. It's
Wow.
a great partnership with Sheridan College.
That's incentive right there.
Yep.
Know your animals, kids. Well,
yes.
Lots of stuff going on right now.
Yes.
With just the fairgrounds, Lacey. What's happening with this grants from the Hazel Patterson Memorial Grant? What's going on with this?
That was our foundation received that grant, and they've been helping us purchase new horse stalls that we are upgrading around for better safety. And our facility is used 3 to 5 times a week in the summer. We have high school rodeo. We have state high school rodeo. We have a junior rodeo that come in. So we have some pretty big horse events, and we'll stall 140 to 150 stalls that we need at a time. So they're helping us upgrade.
Wow. So
it's really excited that they are working with the foundation on helping us get that accomplished.
Yeah, that's awesome for the fairgrounds, for everything. But yeah, it's always fun when you drive by on the highway there, and you're like, well, what's going on now at the fairgrounds? You never know. There's always something going on. And also, what's the deal with this removing the old buildings? I mean, the exhibit hall, you've seen someone be like, what's going on? What's happening? Let's set this record straight. What's going on here?
Yeah, we've been working with the commissioners over the past probably 4 to 5 years of saving funds each budget cycle to replace some of our older buildings. We have an exhibit hall, cook shack, and needlecraft building that are pretty old, pretty disrepair. So we've been saving to do a new kind of community building, and then it'll also house our extension office and fair board office in that building, some new showers, bathrooms for the facility, and then a community space that we can use for our exhibits during fair, vendors, but it will also seat 500 people.
Oh, wow.
For community events. So it'll be great. We have a great partnership with the Fairgrounds Foundation and their fundraiser in January. In our community building right now, we can seat 250 to 300 people if you want to get really tight, and they sell out every year. So it'll be great to have more space that they can sell more tickets to help us, and just any community event or wedding, funerals will have more space to help have these events that we have in Johnson County. So I think it'll be a really great upgrade for our facility.
Yeah, that's
And the
awesome.
events. Yeah.
Well, I've heard rumors, Nabo, where Bass goes. Nabo next summer at the fairgrounds, or are these buildings going to be done? What's the timeline?
Yep, it should be done. They're going to start construction September 1st, and it's slated to be done May 1st. So
Okay.
we'll be ready for Nabo, and I think it'll be great to have it out here. Kind of easier for the committee to have everything contained and kind of just one stop for all your fun basque events.
Yeah. Well, you got to tell everybody, go stop and see, because what we have, the granny hobbies is the baking, photography, they're all still going to be out, so people can check them out today.
Yes, we've got some beautiful quilts and Afghans, photography, there's canned foods that people have won prizes on. We've got some flowers, vegetables, not that many vegetables because there's not a lot producing yet.
Yeah.
But there's the community members that have put stuff, 4-H kids, they've got outfits they've sewed in the community building, all the things here. So it's really great.
Yeah. We're chatting with Lacey Shivers. She's the chairman of the Johnson County Fair Board. Tomorrow, rodeo after rodeo buckle ceremonies at 12:30. Concert under pergola. What is this concert?
Yep.
What is this?
Jeannie Briscoe is going to be playing some music after our rodeo. After our rodeo, we'll have the dog races. And then while we are figuring out who wins buckles and everything, she'll be playing some music under the pergola by the community building that everybody can relax, have a beer, have a hamburger, and then we'll hand out all buckles to all of our winners that night.
Yeah, so 1 to 4. Open class. You can open class exhibits. Pick them up from 2 to 6. On Sunday.
So if you're going to come out today to check out our exhibits, or Sunday morning, because then people can start picking them up that afternoon.
Do we
and take them home because we'll be wrapping things up around here.
Yeah, because the building's coming down. We're building new stuff.
We're going to start. Yeah, we have Range Rover Rodeo next week, and then probably after that, things will start looking a lot different around here.
Yeah, incredible. Where can we go online? Do we just go to the website? Where can we find the results?
Yep, our website, johnsoncountyfairgrounds.com. You can follow us on Facebook. We try to post a lot of what's going on out here there too. So just check it out, or you can always give us a call the old-fashioned way.
Before we let you go real fast, gate admission, parking, what should people know?
We are pretty laid back here. There is a $10 admission to the rodeo. Everything else is free. And I think kids are $5 to get in the rodeo, $10 for adults. Everything else is free.
Nice.
So no parking, no anything.
No.
So we just want to keep this a great county event and bring everybody out here for some good, old fashioned, like we've been doing this for 141 years. So we just want to keep it going.
Because they have. It's the longest fair and rodeo in the state of Wyoming. The Johnson County Fair and Rodeo. Go out there. 10 o'clock's the parade today downtown Buffalo, and then 12:30 the rodeo kicks off out at the fairgrounds. Well, Lacey, get to the Klondike Rush. Good luck to the boys.
Thank you, Jeff.
And thanks so much for coming on. We'll be right back. You. It's Cowboy State Daily Saturdays with Jeff right here on CowboyStateDaily.com.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as a county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
It's a great time to live in Wyoming. Just one of the exciting developments in our state is the resurgence of energy.
Wyoming is America's energy breadbasket.
Cowboy State Daily has a team of reporters that not only give you the facts, but the perspective and state as well as global analysis that is so important in understanding this pivotal time in Wyoming's history. Count on Cowboy State Daily for the news and perspective you need at CowboyStateDaily.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. And in our family, we're used to getting involved, and I encourage you to do the same, especially when it comes to caring for your loved ones. When I think about Alzheimer's and the impact it had on my family, I recognize that losing a race isn't such a bad day after all. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together.
Welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Saturdays with Jeff, right here on cowboystatedaily.com. 30 minutes past the 7 o'clock hour. Send me a call. Send me a text. Give me a call, 307-620-8866. Big thanks to Lacey Schiffer for coming on. Hopefully she made it to the Klondike Rush. Her boys running in it this morning. The big Johnson County Fair and Rodeo over in Buffalo this weekend. Parade starts at 10. The rodeo starts at 12:30. My computer was listening to me as Lacey and I were just talking about NABO, the big Basque Festival coming back to Buffalo, because then they posted something from July 30th from one of my Facebook friends about NABO. The Bighorn Basque Club of Buffalo will again be hosting the 2027 NABO, North American Basque Organization Convention. Let's see. They say it's July 16th through the 19th, 2027. Is that? Let's hope that's not the same weekend as Wild Rodeo. Oh, I hope not. It probably is. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but that's not good scheduling if it's the same weekend as Wild Rodeo. Let's see if we can find that out real fast. Wild Rodeo 2027. Dates. The 2027 Sheridan Wild Rodeo will run from July 12th to July 18th. So the same days, same weekend. I was fortunate enough last time, well, the last couple NABOs, the family has run the beer stand, which is just insane. The first year we sold so much beer, I think we ran out of beer the first day. The second year the second time we had a little more knowledge of what we were expecting, so we were ready. But last time I was fortunate enough to MC the Basque Parade. That was pretty cool. Drinking Paisano at 10 o'clock in the morning. People kept coming out in the streets and forcing me to drink Paisano. Well, not too much force. I was a willing participant. But yeah, NABO coming back to Buffalo. Can't wait. July 16th to the 19th, 2027. Some sad news yesterday. Ann Simpson, wife of the late Senator Al Simpson, passed away yesterday in her daughter's arms. Ann was the mother of 3, a wife of 70 years to prominent Wyoming political figure and late U.S. Senator Al Simpson. She died yesterday in her daughter's arms. Sue Simpson Gallagher. Ann was 94. Sue said, I lifted up the shade and the moon bathed Mom in the moonlight. I walked over, cuddled up to her, and held her as she died. Sue remembers her mom as the most beautiful woman inside and out that ever lived. Unreal. Her son Colin said she was unafraid and even optimistic about dying. She'd been diagnosed with an illness about 2 months earlier, he said. She made us all aware that she did not fear death at all, said Colin. She was a Christian, had great faith, and was very at peace with the end of her life. 94. The loss still heartbreaking, the family said. Yeah. Her grandson, Nick, said she was half the damn team. Yeah. Al died on the full moon and lunar eclipse back in March of 2025. And died after the buck moon. It's so hard seeing past generations passing away. Sucks getting old. Pete Simpson, still alive. He's 96. He said he misses his brother as well. Pete said she was a marvelous mom and a marvelous citizen and a great inspiration for us. We're going to miss her like fire. It's hard to see both of them gone. Man. Crazy. Was it Al that got the Presidential Medal of Freedom back in 2022? Ann grew up in Grable. Al was from Cody. They met at the University of Wyoming. That's pretty cool in itself right there. As a University of Wyoming grad. Yeah, our thoughts and prayers go out to the Simpson family. I don't know why I'm getting choked up. Coming up, we're going to chat with Micah Sturdivant. She is the Republican for House District 29. We're going to chat with her here in a few minutes. Also, Don and Luke from Bloodline Awakening. They're a hot new band out of Tampa, Florida. They played their first show last week, getting all kinds of rave reviews, shout outs online. We're going to chat with them coming up at 8 o'clock. I think Stymie's going to call in and chat about AC/DC Tuesday night in Denver. He was there. And then Bill Sniffin's coming on. Bill probably has some words about Ann Simpson. He's a columnist here for Cowboy State Daily. Bill ran for governor back in 2002 against my wife's uncle, Ray Hunkins, and the eventual winner, Eli Bebout. I was trying to think, because when I told my wife that, I said, I'm going to have the guy that ran against Ray in 2002 on the show. And she said, Eli Bebout? Eli served at the Wyoming House of Representatives. Well, yeah, wasn't he also, he is still alive. He's 79. Wasn't he also the governor? Was he not? So, yeah, we'll chat with Bill coming up at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. I don't know if I have time to do that rant yet. Maybe at the 9:30 hour. Let's check the text line here. See if anyone sent us a text message. No, but people have been chatting on YouTube. Basque or Bass? We're Basque, James. James asks on the YouTube. Basque, Basque. We're from the Pyrenees Mountains on the border of France and Spain. Somebody's cruising around my neighborhood here because my wife's having a garage sale. They're already scoping it out. Stymie's handle, Wyoming Wanderer. I think you're the United States Wanderer, Stymie. We'll be chatting with him coming up next hour as he is heading up here for the Johnson County Fair and Rodeo. The parade starts at 10. Micah's in the Zoom room. Let's take a quick time out. We'll come back, chat with her. Don't go anywhere. It's Cowboy State Daily, Saturdays with Jeff, right here on cowboystatedaily.com.
Park County Fair's back this July. Happening all week is the thrilling Carnival Midway. Tuesdays, the Muddy Mess with pig mud wrestling. Get ready to rumble for boxing on Wednesday. Pull yourself to the grounds for Thursday's truck and tractor pulls. Fridays, the fast-paced figure 8 race. And as always, Saturdays, the sellout demolition derby. Tickets are on sale now, and we'll see you at the 100th Fair on patented land.
A good life begins with a good company. Powder River Energy Corporation, or Precorp, a consumer-owned electric cooperative in Northeast Wyoming, has careers in accounting, member service, and engineering. Precorp is always striving for A-plus service, great rates, and being a trusted energy partner. Their work environment is driven by knowing your role, living your values, and making your career plan. If you are looking to be part of an industry leader, then look no further. Go to precorp.coop/employment opportunities and apply today.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Minutes till the top of the hour. Cowboy State Daily Saturdays with Jeff right here on cowboystatedaily.com. Hop on YouTube, send me a message. You can also send me a text message, 307-620-8866. You can check us out on our YouTube page, Facebook, X, or right there at cowboystatedaily.com. Well, Sheridan small business owner Micah Sturdivant, she's running for the running as a Republican for the Wyoming House District 29. She believes the best government is the smallest one and the one closest to home. She's hanging out in the Zoom room. Good morning, Micah. How you doing?
Good morning. How are you, Jeff?
She's hanging out at her husband's office. I'm like, where are you at this morning?
Yeah, my husband's, we're both entrepreneurs, and his office is downstairs in our basement, but we've got a big window. And we have company in town, and I have 2 kids, so hopefully there's not like a herd of elephants above us at some point, but...
She's hiding out, yeah. Trying to be in the quiet space in the house. Well, I met Micah a few Saturdays ago when she knocked on my door. I'm like, okay, ever since COVID, when the doorbell rings or somebody's at the door, everyone's like, all right, nobody goes to the door anymore. Nobody wants to answer the door. Everyone's mad when you knock on the door. Yeah. What's it been like? I mean, you've been going around knocking on people's doors.
I have, I knocked my last big neighborhood last night, and as of this morning, I have 3 doors in my district that I have not knocked on in this summer. So there's a few more than 2,400 households in my district that have a registered Republican in them, and between myself and my team, we have knocked all but 3 as of this morning. So we have had a really busy summer, and I personally knocked like 1,500 of those. So I've had a lot of conversations this summer. I think that was one piece. I mean, there's a lot of things about running for office that are intimidating or scary or overwhelming. And door knocking definitely felt that way to start. Because you're invading someone's privacy, right? Like you're stepping on their front porch, which we don't really do anymore. I've seen a lot of really beautiful yards and porches. I've met a lot of really nice dogs. Only been chased by one. And it was a great experience. All of my mentors told me that door knocking was one of the most special pieces of running for office. And having done it, I really agree with them.
Well, even talking to past candidates that have done it, I mean, you can really win the race by knocking on people's doors.
That's the hope. Like, I was like, if I'm going to do this, I'm committed to doing it and doing the work that needs to be done. And a big part of that work was showing up and actually having conversations with my neighbors. And in District 29, we are all kind of neighbors. Like, I could walk to pretty much everybody's house in my district, which is amazing. And I kind of live smack in the middle of it. So that was really special. I did have a lot of people be like, do you even live here? And I was like, I do. I've lived here for 11 years. I own a house here. Like, I walk downtown pretty much every single day.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been really great. Yeah.
Well, now, does District 29, does it go down to Buffalo?
It does not. So District 29, geographically, it's the most compact district in Sheridan County. Okay. So it's all of Main Street, and that extends to the new subdivisions off Decker Road. Like, go Main Street all the way up across the highway, and there's the new subdivisions of kind of where Ranch was. So it's from that all the way down Main Street, all the way through downtown. It extends down Bighorn Avenue, kind of to Marshall Park, and so it's long and narrow, but then it extends over some of Downer Addition, Holly Ponds West.
Okay. So I thought somebody
Street.
said that lived in Buffalo. I was like, what are you talking about?
No, nothing in Buffalo. No. Nothing in Buffalo.
Well, I've seen more signs, maybe because I met you, but maybe has there been a resurgence the last week or two? But I've seen more Micah signs popping up.
Yeah. That has been really humbling through this whole thing, because people are emailing me or messaging me or texting me and being like, hey, I want a sign. And so I put them in the spreadsheet, and I had a friend who volunteered. She's like, I can do signs for you. So I'd load somebody's name and address in the sign, and she had a stash, and then she would deliver them. And obviously, I would have put those addresses in there. But then I'd be driving around and one would pop up, and I would realize I don't actually know the person that lives there. They reached out to me and they want to support me. But it's not a personal friend of mine. It's somebody that knows me, or, looked over my website and wants to support me. And was so humbling to have so many people be willing to just share my name in that way and then have conversations with their neighbors. A lot of times when I was knocking on doors, people would be like, oh yeah, I saw your sign, or oh, I talked to my neighbor, and oh, I really trust my neighbor and they trust you, like you've got my vote. That was just like that part of the experience was also has been super humbling, and I'm so grateful for that. And we did get a like final restock of signs this last week, so some more popped up because people have been waiting.
Well, that's good. If people
Yeah.
want small business owner, you're a mom. Why? What got you to run
Yeah.
for House District 29?
Yeah, a lot of things. I think the primary reason is my kids. Like it's a huge sacrifice for our family to like do public service. Like it's cost us a lot this summer, just like time wise.
Yeah.
We're used to being together a lot. And they've definitely missed me a lot this summer while I've been meeting everybody else. But I really want there to be a Wyoming for them. I want them to be able to enjoy our mountains. We all love the mountains. We spent 18 days skiing together as a family this winter. We love to camp up there. We love to just like day hike and picnic up there. And I want there to be opportunities for them when they're ready to like live their lives outside of our household. And it feels really important to make sure that we're investing in that future for them. And so that's like the main piece. The other piece is I had a whole bunch of people ask me to run. And initially I was like, I don't know how to do that. Like I'm just a regular person like you. You could do it. And they're like, no, you need to do it. And I was invited to a women's leadership conference hosted by the Wyoming Women's Legislative Caucus in February, and was just really inspired by all the women who are serving and have served our state. And they all just said, someone's going to ask you and you're going to feel like it's maybe not the right time, or you're not equipped, or you're not prepared, but it is the right time and you are equipped and you are prepared and you should do it if they ask you. And so it's like, oh, okay, I guess I better take this seriously. And anyway, I think, it was the next needed thing. So here we are.
So here she is. Yes.
Yeah.
Taking everything. Go check out Micah. You don't need to know how to spell her last name because it's just MicahForSheridan.com. She's on Facebook. You can chat with Micah coming up Wednesday morning at the Bison Union Coffee starting at 6:30 a.m. here in Sheridan. Well, I mean, being a small business owner, your husband's also a small business owner. You both work from home. What do we do about health insurance? Because I don't get health insurance. I've been dealing with this for years. It's insanity. Mm-hmm. I mean, the marketplace is like over $3,000 for my family.
Correct.
We've got a lot of friends that don't have health insurance this year because we can't. We can't afford it. Is there anything we can do?
So I don't have like a really specific solution to this yet. But this is also like being small business owners. This is a conversation we have in our household like every single week. This is a conversation we have with all of our entrepreneur friends all the time. And this is something that has come up a lot when I've been out talking to my neighbors. Whether it's young families, whether it's people that are working whose employers don't provide health insurance, whether it's people who are retired and only have like one option, like the whole spectrum. Like it was a conversation that I had at a lot of doors. I've had a few conversations with people from the hospital this summer just to be like, hey, you're like in the middle of it. What are the things that you see? I think like big picture wise, I think there's some things that the state could do to reduce regulations so that more providers could serve here that have licenses but maybe aren't licensed in Wyoming. And if we could have more providers that could work here without having a barrier to entry, but people that are perfectly qualified, that would help a lot. I also think there's probably something that the legislation could do to reduce barriers to entry for like insurance companies. Because right now there's pretty strict restrictions on like what you as an insurance company need to do in order to serve Wyoming. But because we have such a small population, we're not that enticing, and that makes it really hard for companies to want to enter the market. But I'm hopeful that there's something the legislation could do to maybe open that up to make it so that more providers want to be here, more insurance companies want to be here, just so that we can have more options. Because I think that's a huge part of the issue. Anyway,
it's insanity. I mean, my boss is losing his health insurance, and we're trying to figure something out. I mean, just for him, it's like $1,800, $2,200. It's
yeah.
I mean, yeah.
It was ours. We had healthcare through the marketplace for a really long time, and we had to cancel it this year because it was 3 times our mortgage payment for our family of 4. And I was like, well, we won't be doing that. Like, so anyway, I think I don't have necessarily like a really specific solution, but I think if we can get the right people in the room, we can come up with a Wyoming solution. I don't know what that is, but it's a problem that a lot of people are talking about, and it's something that people want a solution to. And so I feel like we need to listen to what people want. And if people want a solution, they're not asking for a handout. They're asking for like, what's a fair thing that we can do so that we can have
exactly.
I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not looking for.
Yeah. People in Wyoming don't want a handout. They want to be able to take care of them.
Yeah, exactly. Just
they
make
want
it
to take care of
affordable.
themselves, but make it reasonable. Yeah.
I don't know what you did, Micah, but you've been like the target. When I looked you up online this week, I'm like, wow,
I got
really?
hit this week.
What's happening? Let's try and come back here. Let's set the record straight here. So they're saying, oh well, she's running for campaigning on government-run health care. Well, since Obama, hasn't it kind of been government-run health care? I mean,
they were trying to create a platform in which people could access it that didn't have access before. So, and I would say when I'm talking to people about healthcare, people are not asking for government-run healthcare. They're asking for a solution to make it more affordable, but they're not asking for government healthcare. So I think that's
your
where
platform isn't Medicare for all. I mean, we're just trying to find something affordable.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out like what are the things that we could do. And I think there's people within our state who are heavily involved in like access to healthcare and have solutions. Like we can get the people in the room. Like we're smart people. We can figure it out, and I think we need to get in there. But yeah, I'm not sure where they got that from because I've never said that. So yeah.
Well, and then I saw somebody said, well, she's also running for affordable housing. Well, that's not a Republican thing. I'm like, so Republicans don't care about affordable housing?
Yeah. So
move to Sheridan. Good luck. I mean, come on.
I know, right? This is also a topic that has come up a ton at Doors, whether it's people that, moved here 10, 15, 20 years ago, and now like their kids are grown and they realize, I think all of us who have kids are realizing like, will our kids be able to live here when it's their turn? Like, will they be able to afford a house? I've also met a whole bunch of families who are from here or moved back home, and then they can't afford a house. So I think it's not, same thing, like no one is asking for government subsidized housing. Like no one is asking for the government to provide housing. Everyone's just saying like, can we create the conditions under which people can afford to live here? So can we responsibly grow our economy so that we can have good paying jobs so that people can afford to have housing while they live here? I think can the government, government's job, like safety, infrastructure, good roads, those types of things, like can the government invest in the things that make it possible for housing to be more affordable? Not build our houses for us, like contractors are probably better at that than the government is. So, but how do we create the conditions under which housing can be more affordable or more accessible? I think accessible is the more correct term, because what's affordable for a CNA at the hospital is going to be very different from like an executive at a high power company that moves to town. Like those are two very different things, what they need and what is accessible to them. So like how do we have that whole range? Yeah.
And then people over platform. I mean,
people are kind of upset about that.
Holy cow, I couldn't believe this. I was like,
yeah, people are kind of upset about that, but and it's been kind of my mantra from the beginning, like the people in House District 29 are the most important thing. And as a legislator, like your first responsibility and obligation is to uphold the United States and the Wyoming Constitution. Like that is your primary, like that is the guiding light for everything you do, right? It has to be within the bounds of the Constitution and the law. And then you are also like the voice for the people who elected you. And so when I say people over platform, what I mean is like I have an obligation to uphold the Constitution and to represent the people if they should so choose to elect me, right? And where there could be some conflict is that the 23 planks of the Wyoming Republican Party, some of those are in conflict with the Constitution, and we can't let those party planks drive a wedge between a legal obligation to uphold the Constitution and represent our people. So if there's a conflict there, I have to choose the Constitution. Like I can't choose a party plank over the Constitution. Yeah. No, not all of them are in conflict with the Constitution. Most of them are not. There's a few that are. And so I think that's where honor the Constitution, represent your people. And if you have to choose, those are the things that you choose.
Yeah, wow. Micah for Sheridan.com. Go and check her out. She's also on Facebook. You can chat with her Wednesday morning at Bison Union Coffee starting at 6:30 a.m. Well, I guess when you're ruffling feathers, you're doing something good, Micah. So
I guess so. Good. I'm just going to say, Micah, it's M-Y-C-A.
Yes.
If you're spelling it out and you haven't seen the sign yet, just so you know.
Yeah, M-Y-C-A. That's all you got to remember, just those four. You don't have to worry about her last name.
You don't have to worry about anything else.
All right, Micah, thanks so much for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's good to see you again.
It's the top of the hour. It's time for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. After taking in a friend's baby, a Casper foster mom says her family became the target of anonymous threats by the biological mother. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that the bio mom is charged with 2 stalking felonies.
Investigators allege that 27-year-old Dodgy Carter used fake messaging apps, social media accounts, and more to reach out to a foster mom while she had custody of her biological son. When the infant was first placed in Monroe's care, she received an anonymous message that said, "You're going to die," with a knife emoji and blood. Monroe quickly took this to the police, and an investigation was able to link it back to Dodgy Carter. The threats continued for several weeks, even after protection orders were put in place.
Carter was bound over to district court Tuesday after a preliminary hearing on 2 felony counts of stalking and 2 misdemeanor counts of violating a stalking protection order. She's posted a $3,500 surety bond and was released from custody. U.S. House candidate Steve Freese received 19 endorsements on Thursday by Republican lawmakers, former legislators, and energy industry leaders. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Chuck Gray calls them, quote, a tired class of political 1% insiders.
Steve Freese, who's running for U.S. House, garnered 19 endorsements this week, including from former Republican Governor Jim Geringer, a host of Republican lawmakers, former lawmakers, oil and gas industry leaders. Secretary of State Chuck Gray fired back by calling them a class of insiders, essentially, who are in favor of woke wind and data center projects. That may come as a surprise to some of them. For example, Dan Dockstetter, who was among the endorsers, was one of the very few votes against big tax exemptions for data centers.
Gray has come out against data centers, while Freese has said state and county governments, not Congress, should lead data center permitting decisions in ways that protect Wyomingites. Both men tout a pro-traditional energy stance. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Make sure your vehicle is in good working condition. Proper tire inflation, fluids topped off, good wiper blades, and brake inspections. Carry emergency supplies in your vehicle like non-perishable food and water. This is a reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation. Tax revenue from Wyoming wind projects supports police, fire, EMS, and schools. Energy development is about communities, not just power. More information is available at poweringupwyoming.org. Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Another 10 illegal drivers were busted in Laramie County on Sheriff Brian Kozak's latest Truck Around and Find Out operation this week. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that includes one speeding with what looked like emergency lights.
The last truck around campaign that they did. They arrested 46. They started this back in November. There's almost 130 illegal drivers have been taken off the road. But Kozak said that really it's not about, although that gets the headlines, it's not about just going out and rounding up illegal drivers. It's about unsafe truck driving, and people who are illegal and don't have licenses are unsafe. Kozak also said that he knows the Truck Around and Find Out campaign is going to get criticism. It's going to be politicized, and he says he's expected that, and that has happened.
Overall, this week's Truck Around and Find Out resulted in about 120 traffic stops, with 40 tickets issued to drivers and 10 arrests for being in the country illegally. So says Sheriff Kozak and Chief Deputy Chance Walkama. A suspended Newcastle police sergeant pleaded not guilty Thursday to charges alleging a year-long pattern of abuse toward a woman. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that he faces up to 27 and a half years in prison.
On Thursday, a suspended Newcastle police sergeant pled not guilty to 6 criminal charges. Prosecutors say that 36-year-old Nicholas Kaminsky, in uniform, terrorized an ex-girlfriend. He used a police cruiser, a canine, and allegedly a knife. Kaminsky posted a $35,000 cash bond weeks ago. His next court appearance will be for a trial unless they come to a plea agreement before then.
During the hearing, defense attorney Ryan Titus told the court Kaminsky had found new employment that requires travel. He asked the judge to modify Kaminsky's bond conditions to allow him to leave the 6th Judicial District Court for work. Crook County Attorney Denise Day did not object. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson.
Our beautiful world is changing, withering, dying by the hands of those who don't value nature, even though we all depend on it for life itself. But there is hope. Together with caring friends, the Nature Conservancy can restore our lands, heal our waters, and save our wildlife with big solutions only nature can provide. But every day we lose more of the places we love, and we urgently need to save endangered lands, waters, and wild species. The actions we take today will determine the tomorrow we leave to our children and grandchildren. The water they drink, the air they breathe, the beauty they experience. To learn more about how you can help protect and conserve our beautiful world, visit nature.org today.
Welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Saturdays with Jeff right here on cowboystatedaily.com. 2 hours down, 2 more to go. You can check us out on our YouTube page, our Facebook page, X, or right there at cowboystatedaily.com. Well, Bloodline Awakening. They're a high-energy hard rock band built on power, purpose, and positive transformation. They're based out of Tampa, Florida. They had their debut show last weekend. They got shout-outs, big positive reviews. Their latest single, 2153, is out now, and much more to come. We're stoked to have guitarist Don, vocalist and the man behind the band, Luke, on the show. Thanks, guys, so much for coming on.
Hey, thanks for having us.
Well, first, before we get into all this, I know Don. We've been friends for a couple of years. We got to catch up with him for a second because, first, Don, I thought you were moving to California. You're still in Florida.
Yes, the plans to move to California kind of fell through, and which now that I'm looking at it, it's a good thing because things out there just kind of falling apart. And now I still go out there and visit once or twice a year. I got friends out there still, so that's not going to change. But I think staying here was probably for the best, and so I decided to continue my music here in Florida, and here I am teaming up with Luke here. Luke's is a really awesome guy, and now things are really progressing.
Yeah.
Really progressing.
Don's got a couple instrumental albums that he did himself, 3 of them. I mean, that's obviously, is it on the back burner now? What's happening?
Yeah, my solo projects are definitely backburnered at this point. My focus is right now 100% Bloodline Awakening. I'm still friends with Queensryche. I'm still friends with Paralander and all those other bands. Actually, while you have us on here, we have some exciting news. I'm going to let Luke tell the story here of what's going on with that. And but yeah, as far as my stuff, it's backburnered for now. And moving forward, I'm still using the DON logo with Bloodline Awakening, so we're kind of tying it all together here. And but moving forward, it's just it's wow. Words can't express. It's just awesome.
Yeah, Don was looking for a band for the last year. I mean, year,
5 years,
yeah, 5 years. So this is perfect. Now, Luke, you've got an amazing story too. 14 years ago, you were told you had 24 hours to live. Well, here you are. So you beat it. Tell us the story.
Hey, thanks for having me again. Man, it's been a crazy ride. So 14 years ago, and when you enter training, you sign a waiver and then you do your time, right? And in the Air Force, we take 12 vaccines, take them in a matter of 10 minutes. And, it just depends on if you get the lottery ticket, then you end up in the hospital.
Wow.
Unfortunately, that was my number. And for the next 3 years, I was in therapy trying to clean up that whole mess. And if it weren't for my family's support and the grace of God and just the way that we were raised and taught to fight through anything, any challenge, and then then I would probably be in a coma or in living in a wheelchair, So that's where I was supposed to be. And here we are, fast forward to today, living proof, writing testimony, and getting out there, spreading a positive message.
Yeah, it's incredible. They said you'd never walk again, never sing again, and here we are. Last May, you're doing hip hop. You have a song, Graduation Anthem, comes out.
Yeah.
I mean, this is insane. So tell us, how long were we working on our hip hop career?
So we started in the hip hop pop era and kind of branching out, getting not only my feelers out for what style, what genre I wanted to pursue. Ultimately, the thing that was missing was there were no band members on stage, and playing music behind you, but only you are there is just really way too awkward. And number two, once I heard live drums for the first time with me, I can't go back to the pop stuff anymore. I've got to be up there and having that connection with the other musicians on stage, and then the audience and everybody's sharing all that energy. It's like, okay, the hip hop thing is cool, but it's not for me. Rock is where my home is, and that's where I'm leaning all the way. And that's how we ended up forming Bloodline Awakening.
Well, because I mean, your last hip hop show was it February of this year?
No. It was actually June of last year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So after that, we pulled the plug on that completely and focused every ounce of energy into rock and figuring out how that is going to sound and what's it going to look like and what the writing is going to be about. Yeah, it's been amazing.
Well, because Eternal Thirst, I mean, you played this at your last hip hop show, right?
I played it as a crossroads, like an introduction to something that I was already sampling. So essentially, Eternal Thirst, it was an idea. I initially wrote it as a pop song, and then through networking with other musicians, I discovered that it should be a rock song and not a pop song, and that being anything less than that was a disservice to the lyrics, the song, the whole idea behind it, the cinematic production in the future. So we are actually recording it with all live instruments, and it's going to come out this Halloween. That song is going to come out this Halloween with Bloodline Awakening.
Yeah. I mean, maybe you didn't realize it back then, because now where we're at today, did anyone tell you that your voice is more for rock than pop or hip hop?
Oh, yes, definitely. I had a number of people, even outside of my own family members and friends, tell me, like, especially. So one of the things that I do, generally speaking, to keep my fresh, like feeling on stage is I'll go out and I'll do open mic nights, karaoke nights with friends, we'll go out there and just spend a couple hours, and people are like, dude, you should do rock. I don't know why you're doing that other stuff, but like that's not where you belong. And I'm reflecting on it, and I'm like, you know what, you're right. Thank you for telling me that.
Yeah, well, maybe it was God. Maybe it was to get a drummer first. Were we looking for whatever, and then V happened to? I mean, a drummer came first. Was that the case? What happened?
So I opened it up. I joined probably 40 different Facebook groups and started a campaign of looking for people I can have chemistry with. And I put it all out there at the same time, actually. I was like, I'm looking for a drummer, guitarist, synthesizer if we'll have it, everything, backup vocals, let's go, like all of it. And then, yeah, drums was the first to respond back in February. And we immediately started booking a rehearsal studio, and we were just going through all the songs. At the time, we had 5 songs. And then we're like, okay, now that you and I are locked in, let's go get the guitarist on board. And just one thing after another, just all started adding up. And it was just upgrade. And every ceiling we just kept breaking through.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, you go through growing pains because we went through a couple different people. Don, when did you join the mix? Like in April?
Yes, I joined the band back in April. Luke was just telling me about these campaigns he put on the groups and stuff. And remember, as you know, I was looking for a band for myself for all this time. So I saw Luke's post, and I was like, you know what? I wouldn't mind just to go out and play with other people. I was like, you know what? I wouldn't mind joining another band, maybe pick something new up and all that stuff. So I answered his ad. And we set up an audition, and I went up. Well, he sent me a couple tracks, and he says, "Hey, learn these," and which is make it through in 2153. So he gave me a couple weeks to go over it and learn it as best I could. So I did, and then we met up at the studio we normally rehearse at and practice at. And from my understanding is I played the songs, and he was like, dude, man, if you want it, it's yours. So, I was like, yeah. And I told him that if I do this, I says, I'm going all in, man. I'm diving in. I says, I'm going to technically be his partner. And I mean, even just on the business side of things, I've been, me and him are going in like full force, and now I'm glad we did, because things are amazing right now. And but I'm gonna let Luke tell this story, because I don't want to. It's he set it all up and all that good stuff. But yeah, so I'm with him 100%, partner with him. So he's like my business partner, if you want to say that. And yeah, it's just no looking back at this point.
Well, and it's probably nice, Luke, to have a guy like Don. He's been in the business. He's been doing it. He knows some people. He did, his last solo album with Casey, the drummer from Queensryche. So he's got some ins. He's older. You might not have to worry about some things. How's it been working with Don?
Let me tell you, man. When I met Don, I never asked him to do this, but I told him like kind of how we function at rehearsal, and that we split the time and everything. And going forward, he decided to join. This is kind of just the expectations going in. He split rehearsrsal on his audition. He offered to split the rehearsal, and I was like, "You don't have to do that, man." He's like, "Dude, I have a really good feeling. I'm gonna be working with you guys." And I'm like, "This guy's confident." So we started playing, and through his genuine personality, his humor, the fact that he actually came prepared. Like I was blown away. I was like, you know what, Don? Like, let's have you back next Sunday. And we've been ever since. We've been moving forward like a bullet train.
Yeah, that's for sure. They played their first gig last week. Go check them out. Bloodline Awakening. They're on Facebook, Instagram, Spotify. Their latest single, 2153, is out now. Well, I love it, Don. You've been playing the custom guitar. We've been seeing it everywhere.
Oh yeah, and you're gonna love this. I just sent the same guy that painted that guitar. I sent in my Jackson Randy Rhodes, which was basically just a wood finish. I mean, just stained wood, nothing. So I'm having a custom paint job put on that with my logo, of course. But it's going to be a candy blue, like a candy apple blue, if you will. And it's going to be a tribute guitar because number one, it's already a Randy Rhodes shape. But the paint job is going to have Ghost Eddie Van Halen stripes in it in silver underneath, and it's going to have a silver outline, and of course my name will be silver on it. So I'm calling it the Randy Van Halen.
Well, there you go. What happened to you last week? Did you run into something? What was the big gash on your nose?
Oh man, yes. Luke's still laughing at this one. I was in my yard cleaning leaves up. I raked some leaves up, and I was moving, or I picked the first pile of leaves up, and as I was going to the second pile, it was one of those big blue cans that the county gives out, and I did not close the lid before I started moving this thing. So what happened is, as I'm wheeling this thing, my foot caught the lid, which caused the entire canvas to lock up. But my body didn't lock up, so I went face first into the rim of the garbage can. So that's the official story, but unofficially, I could say I was fighting terrorists. I don't know. But yeah, it was something stupid on my part. And I mean, the good news is it's healing up pretty well. So,
there we go.
I'm thinking another week or so, you probably won't even know. I at this point, it doesn't hurt. I can't even feel it anymore. So it's just an ugly scab at this point. But yeah, it was just, word to the wise. If you're moving your big garbage can, close the lid.
Yeah, close the lid. I was like, did somebody punch him before the show? What happened? Just getting in the venue, he had to work his way in there. But that was funny. Bloodline Awakening, let's take a quick time out. We'll come back. We'll chat more with Don and Luke from Bloodline Awakening right after this. It's Cowboy State Daily, Saturdays with Jeff, right here on CowboyStateDaily.com.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as the county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
Park County Fair's back this July, happening all week.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie. Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Saturdays with Jeff, right here on cowboystatedaily.com. Send me a text, 307-620-8866. You can hop on YouTube, send me a message there. You can stream us on our Facebook page, X, or right there at cowboystatedaily.com. We're hanging out with Luke and Dawn from Bloodline Awakening. Go check them out. They're on Facebook, Instagram, Spotify. Their latest single, 2153, is out now. Well, Luke, tell us about the name, because Bloodline Awakening, this means something. Tell fans out there.
Yes. So, Bloodline Awakening is specifically about breaking cycles in your life of negativity, things, bad habits, maybe vices that you had, about maybe generational things that you've experienced where maybe you're the first person in your family to do something positive and make a change for your family name overall. So positive growth moving forward and inspiring others to do the same.
Yeah, because what you had Rise, Evolve, and Awaken was like your three.
Yeah, so that's kind of like with your caterpillar turning into a butterfly, if you will.
Yeah. I mean, you start recruiting members. We get some. We go through some. I mean, in May, you thought we were going to have the first show. We have to reschedule. I mean, it probably was a good thing. Now looking back.
Yes. Oh yeah. So all part of the form storm. You try people out for a little while, see how they fit, see what their commitment level is, and decide if going forward if they're going to be a long-term member of the team or if they're just there for a season. And it's all part of it. And we are then locking in members back to back to back over time with patience and diligence. Here we are.
Yeah. Now the two singles that are out on Spotify, 2153 and Make It Through.
Mm-hmm.
You had these recorded. Did we go back and re-record them with the members? Is Dawn on these? Where are we at?
All right. So we are actually working on remastering 6 songs in total, even going back to the Eternal Thirst one, Make It Through, 2153. We have some other ones we've yet to unveil yet, but we'll be working with Morris Sound Studios in October to get this ball rolling. And the show is, I mean, this is the beginning, but it's like the beginning if the beginning were a volcano erupting. Like that's where we're at right now.
Yeah, I mean, the first show, it's 5 bands. I mean, yeah, you guys weren't messing around. How was this putting this thing on?
Really, we just out ahead and put ourselves out there, put our shot out there and to the general public, and we're like, hey, we're wanting to do a show, and so we reached out to the Brass Mug, talked to the owners. We sent them some samples of what we were working on, and they said, yes, you can put together a lineup for us. That would really help. I was like, all right, we're going to go ahead and contact everybody out there and see what sticks. And we put together 4 other bands, and we showed them the list, and they said, well, when do you thinking you're going to be ready? And so we're at July 24th, Friday evening. Let's do it. And so we actually had a band had to drop out due to emergency, and so we definitely had challenges along the way. But that was our debut show, and we had a videographer there, we had a photographer there. So we've got all this stuff come together. We ended up selling a bunch of T-shirts. That was totally unexpected for the amount of time that we spent into advertising was about 4 weeks ahead of the show. So, we had no idea what to expect. And it was like completely blindsided by the amount of attention that we got all in such a short time frame. It's been nothing but positive.
Yeah, it's been crazy before the show and even during the show. Don, how was your nerves? How was it going into last weekend?
Well, to be honest with you, it wasn't too bad. I'm used to playing in front of people because I used to play on the worship team at my church, and I'm used to playing in front of crowds. Of course, the good thing about this, what I'm doing now, is I don't have to be reserved. I can kind of rock out, if and all that good stuff. Going back looking at the video that Luke sent, I was like, I can probably rock out a little harder next time, but. It's our first show as a band together. I was in my comfort zone actually. I was kind of I was into it. I was loving it. It's funny because when you're on stage and all those lights, you can't really see the crowd too much unless you're putting your hand above your eyes and because all you see is lights in your face, and it's like, okay, well, I'm just there to play the music and have a good time, and that's exactly what it was. I was in heaven. It was awesome.
Yeah. What are you doing, Luke? You're in good shape. Don's looking good. Are you guys working out together? What's happening here?
Yes, actually, it's funny that you say that. Let me just lift you up real quick.
Look at that.
Show the office, Luke.
We got a whole gym in the office, yeah. So it's funny. We actually ordered a stair stepping machine today. So now I can cancel my gym membership because I have everything I need at home now. I can literally do all stages of the workout. So that's part of it, though. Part of performing and being an example to others is showing that you're taking care of your mental and physical health. So that's part of being a performer.
Yeah. Where's practice? Is it at your house? Where are you guys rehearsing?
We rehearse at a studio local to Tampa called Underground Sound Studio.
Oh, wow. So that's probably nice because everything's just set up there all the time.
Oh, it's a full PA system. There's 4 2,000-watt speakers. There's wedges on the ground. There's 4 microphones. I mean,
drum set, the whole 9 yards.
Everything.
Wow. That's cool. Now, Rob was the last piece of this puzzle?
Yes. So Rob Thunder is his nickname, and he's on bass, and he does the electrical setups for arenas, for Metallica, for all kinds of big nationwide bands. And so he came in with this plethora of knowledge and experience, and I was taken aback. And ever since that he joined, it's like we've had this structure about us that we didn't have before. So I was like, okay, every single member has like this upgrade to the band. Every single member we've chosen has been an upgrade, and Rob is phenomenal.
He's amazing.
Yeah, he looks like he's like 8 feet tall up there.
Dude, he's the Undertaker, man.
he's pretty tall. I mean, he's what, like 6'3", 6'4", something like that.
And he goes out. He kind of stands out more when he goes to the microphone. So yeah, it even looks like he's even bigger when he's out there. So yeah, you mentioned the brass mug. I mean, how was the show? Was this the first time we've performed at the brass mug? Any of you guys? How was the venue?
All right, so the brass, it's specifically designed only for shows. Like, it doesn't even operate outside of that parameter. So, for the way that it is built, where as soon as you walk in the door, the stage is there, the bar's on your right, and the floor is open to the audience. So your whole stage is perfectly set up, really, for you to move around, for the drummer to be higher on the pedestal, the wedges and everything. You can hear yourself really, really good. The sound booth is right there in front of you, so you can do all your checks and everything. So I would say the stage is wonderful. The audience, right where they're centered in front of you, it's great. You can pack the whole house. And going forward, the whole set, all 5 bands, it was great. I could not stop dancing like the whole time. And I had a shot or two, don't get me wrong, but the energy that I was getting from these other bands and from the audience, it was everything I could have asked for. It was a great show. We were actually invited to come back in September. So, I mean, we must have really, knocked the people's socks off.
Yeah. They liked you. They invited you back. That's always a good thing. We're chatting with Luke and Dawn from Bloodline Awakening. Go check them out there on Facebook, Instagram, Spotify. Their latest single, 2153, is out now. Well, we see online everybody getting flack for AI. You guys have done a lot of AI with the posters. Some of it's hilarious with the babies and even your cover shot with you guys sitting there.
The bobbleheads.
Yeah, the bobbleheads. Do we hear anything? What do we think about all this?
Let's see here. As far as that goes, that stays strictly for humor and marketing purposes, and that's as far as that goes. We have a budget. Everybody has a budget. But we also want to express ourselves. So the babies, the bobbleheads, there's humor in that, obviously. Before that, any type of other humor that I'm putting in is silly stuff. Like one of my videos, I fell off a skateboard and rolled into the microphone. Like that was just this. Another one, I sang on the roof of my, So there's definitely room to express yourself. We do digital flyers when we're looking for either a new band member or a new show. We definitely go that way. We want to look professional. We seek out other bands who have already established themselves, and we just kind of, that's how you learn. You surround yourself by people who are better than you, and then you step up to the plate. If you want to get better, you've got to taking notes and applying it. So that's what we're doing. As far as our music is concerned, all live instruments will never touch AI in the music industry. That will never be a thing. That even if, I don't care how far technology goes, it'll be live guitars, live drums, live vocals. So
yeah. No, I like how you guys have kind of spun it. I mean, you're using AI, but yeah, you're using it in a funny way or a different way than just cheating and using AI to do something.
Right. We're not doing it for the music at all. No. Music is actually what you're hearing. That's live. Yeah. That's us.
So what is it, Don? We got 6 songs. Where are we at with the music?
We got 6 right now that are actually recorded. Some of them probably need to be remixed a little bit, just tweaked, just to make it sound better. We are actually we're working on writing more. So what we want to do is, as Luke was saying, probably towards the end of October, we're going to go up to More Sound in Tampa and start re-recording of some of this stuff, and with make it better and all that stuff. And now More Sound, if you're not familiar with them, they are a major. They record Trans-Siberian Orchestra. They do the metal band Obituary. They are their recording studio that these bands come to. So they're a big deal. Back in the day, they're basically a lot of metal bands like Death and there's so many of them have recorded at More Sound, and so More Sound's a big name in the Tampa Bay area. So that's why I've used them personally myself on my last album. I actually had like 1 or 2 tracks mixed there, and which makes them makes the song sound like ready for radio. You know what I'm saying? It sounds great. So so yeah, I've used them in the past. So I told Luke about them. I says, hey man, we got to do this. I got to get you over there so you can meet everybody and do a tour of the studio so you can see what this is. And we did that. What was it, last month? And so yeah, we both agreed that yeah, this is where we want to. This is where we want to record our music from moving forward and all that stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, that's incredible. And Matt from Trivium gives you guys a shout out. Do we know him or what? How did this happen?
Actually, one of our guys, Eddie, he follows him and he reached out and we got a response. So that's crazy, right?
Yeah.
He gave us a shout out to follow us, and I told Eddie, I was like, we might want to reach out to them about opening up for them. Actually, we want to pursue that a little more. Actually,
Well, yeah. I mean, nice rub there. Thanks, Matt. So we said you're going to be back at the Brass Mug in September, but I don't know who it was teased that we might have a show at the end of August. What's happening with our shows?
So there is that. We are going to go to the OB's restaurant and bar in up towards Orlando. I think that's actually more towards Sanford area. But we're going to do a benefit there for kidney failure. But we actually have another surprise for you. I don't even know if you know about this. It just happened.
No, he didn't know. It's just me and you that know right now.
At all. Okay, well, this came in yesterday. We signed a contract with Rock Rage Radio, and there's no the easiest way to say it is we're November 14th. We are playing at Rock House Live in Largo with Three Doors Down and Saving Abel.
Wow. November 14th.
Yeah.
Well, that's
It's
awesome.
It's a Saturday. It's in Largo, Florida, which is just south of Clearwater, north of St. Petersburg. And apparently it's a 4-day festival. And we're not even the opening, man. We're like third or fourth in line here. I mean, it was like, I was like impressed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on top of that, in addition to that, in December, we've got 3 more dates booked on the 4th in Gainesville, the 6th in Fort Myers, and the 9th in Sanford. And we're going to be playing with Paralandra and Major Moment.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, here we go.
Huge news. Don is actually friends with Paralandra, so it was fully confirmed that this is all
legit. It's all legit. I talked to Paul Carson from Paralandra last night, and I just wanted to make sure that we were making a good move. And he said, yeah. He says, yeah, they Rock Rage Radio has been around a long time. They've helped many bands get going. And I trust Paul because I'm friends with him, so, and he wouldn't steer me wrong. And I told him about that we'd be playing with him, and he's looking forward to the show. He's like, dude, man, looking forward to having you guys play with us. Yeah.
Yeah. Don's seen him a few times, hung out with him backstage. Cassandra's awesome. They're an incredible band live. So yeah, that's going to be great coming up in December. So yes, go and follow them, go and check them out. Yeah, this is only the beginning. We're only scratching the surface here with Bloodline Awakening. Music's coming. Eternal Thirst is coming on Halloween. I mean, yeah, it's just get ready. Here we go. 2027. We still got 6 months or whatever, 5 months left in this year.
Yes, things are already happening.
Yeah, things are already happening, and this has happened fast. I mean, this is just in the last couple of months. Don just joined the band in April, and here we go. So congrats, guys.
Thank you.
All my support's behind you. I can't wait to see where this thing goes.
Oh yeah, man. I'm looking forward to it myself, man, just to see how far this thing is going to go actually. So I have a feeling this is the answer I've been praying for, to be honest with you.
Amen.
Yeah, for sure. Luke, Don, thanks so much for coming on.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Yes, it's Bloodline Awakening. We'll be back right after this.
It's a great time to live in Wyoming. Just one of the exciting developments in our state is the resurgence of energy.
Wyoming is America's energy breadbasket.
Cowboy State Daily has a team of reporters that not only give you the facts, but the perspective and state as well as global analysis that is so important in understanding this pivotal time in Wyoming's history. Count on Cowboy State Daily for the news and perspective you need at cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakomick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is, my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakomick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
15 minutes till the top of the hour. It's Cowboy State Daily Saturdays with Jeff, right here on cowboystatedaily.com. Big thanks to Luke and Dawn from Bloodline Awakening. Go and check those guys out. They're on Facebook, Instagram. Go to Spotify. You can listen to their 2 tracks that are on there. Much more to come. If you go check out their social media, you can hear some clips of other songs. Also, Eternal Thirst, a little clip of that is on their Facebook page. Go and check them out. I see some headlines here this morning about New Yorkers not wanting Mayor Mamdani to be at the 9/11 memorial ceremony at Ground Zero coming up next month. Also saw that he got blocked from speaking yesterday at a fallen New York City soldier's funeral despite writing a speech. They never called him. He was mad. What? His popularity is going down? Come on. It says thousands of people have signed the Change.org petition urging Mayor Mamdani to sit out this year's 9/11 memorial ceremony at Ground Zero, including family members of those slain in New York City's Day of Infamy. Ouch. We'll see if Stymie, he messaged, he was in Casper. Oh, look at that. Right on cue. Good morning. You're on Cowboy State Daily.
Hey, it's the Wyoming Wanderer today.
It's the Wyoming Wanderer. Where are you at?
Bar none, heading north.
So he's just outside of Casper, heading up to the Johnson County Fair and Rodeo this weekend. You going to be right out in front of the Century this morning?
No, I'm going to be at the Outback.
Oh,
Mom likes the people and the fun at the Outback, so that's where if I get there, I should be there within an hour and 10 minutes, I would think.
He'll be cruising in right at 10, right before the parade kicks off this morning in downtown Buffalo. Stymie was in Denver Tuesday night. Well, first, Monday night, you posted that it was, 38 years ago? Something that you saw AC/DC in Casper.
July 27, 1988 was my first rock concert at the Casper Event Center. Mom let me bring her station wagon down to Casper. I stayed the night at the Motel 6, and it was a mosh pit style for my first concert. I never forget how sardine-ish it was, how much I just sweated so much. I thought I was going to lose my glasses half the time. And I remember White Lion opening for them. See, I had a party at my house earlier that summer, and I lost my tickets. I got grounded for having a party at my house that went out of control, and I lost tickets to my favorite band, Def Leppard, on the 4th of July. I got grounded. Well, 3 weeks later, we went to the AC/DC, and that was my second favorite band. I've only seen them twice. I wish I would have seen them more, because I'll tell you what, Jeff, Angus Young is like the Energizer Bunny, and they just, like Def Leppard too, they get better with age, like fine wine. It was incredible. Met some nice people up in the 5th level. He just goes, he played for a solid 2 hours. Every time they'd go backstage, they were hitting oxygen or something, probably.
Yeah.
And then it was just, everybody was engaged. Everybody was friendly. Everybody was into the music. And you wish it would have been a 4-hour show, because I know Angus could have done all of his rapport if he wanted to. But he did all that and then did a 20-minute solo. If you get a chance, watch the video on the Denver concert. I would almost fly out to Las Vegas tonight just to go see him again. That's how impressive it was.
Angus is 71. He did a 20-minute guitar solo?
14 to 15, maybe 20. Everybody kept saying 20.
Holy cow.
It was after the show, and then they took a small little break for maybe 2 minutes, and they played the last 2 songs at the encore. That guy just never quits. Never.
That's insanity. And Brian Johnson is 78.
Yeah. I guess he was having a little bit of problems with his hearing things, but he kind of just said F it and just rolled with the punches. And he's high energy, too. I've never seen a guy that has little rhythm but makes it look cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's incredible. And Angus running up and down the stage. Oh, it's insane. So what?
Oh, just watch the video on it on YouTube with the Denver concert, man. And they're only five dates in of a 16-gig show. Like you say, he energizes you so much that if he can do anything like that, you can do anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and we were looking at the set lists. I couldn't believe it. What'd they play Back in Black, like 3rd. Thunderstruck was like 5th.
Second and 5th.
Yeah.
And I was like, I love those songs. I would have wanted to wait for him a little bit, but maybe Brian wants to make sure that he could actually hit some of those notes earlier in the show, especially back, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it was shocking. Yeah, Back in Black 2nd, Thunderstruck's 5th. Then they go to Have a Drink on Me, Hell's Bells. I mean, what was, song-wise, what was the highlight?
All of it. I can't really I don't know riff raff. You gotta think about it, Jeff. These guys came out when I was 3 years old, 73.
Yeah, 74 Jailbreak.
I didn't start rock music till I was about 84, 85, 15, 14. So I really, it was thanks to Brian Sears who got me into heavy metal and rock music with him and his band, remember, back in the day.
Yeah.
you know, and it just brought back so many fond memories going back to the Casper Event Center. I tell everybody, if you're ever just thinking about it, don't even second guess it. Go see some of these old artists, because like Dave and I went to Def Leppard back in February at Caesars. You don't know when they may not or may not come back. You know, if you like who you like, go see them. Like you're going to Sacramento, aren't you, for that big concert?
Yeah,
right?
going to Aftershock. Yeah.
Yeah, so enjoy it while you got them, because we take it for granted pretty much, I think. So.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's probably 99% you're never seeing AC/DC again. I mean, this is...
Probably not. Probably not.
Yeah. I mean, incredible. And they've
or if you do, you're lucky to see them in a small venue that they're maybe doing 3 or 4 shows, and you got lucky you got tickets to.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and AC/DC is so iconic. You know every song. Every song's been played a million times. I mean, it's just, everyone's going crazy. The riffs,
It's just the energy, dude. The energy, for a 71-year-old, I hope I have half that much energy. I have a hard enough time at 56.
Yeah. Hopefully we make it to 71, let alone playing guitar for 2 hours. Because you sent me the clip. It was like at 8:35. How long did they play? How long did the concert last?
10:55-ish.
Okay, so it was almost 11. So 2.5 hours or close to it.
Yeah, and it was high energy the whole time, man. And everybody's singing, everybody's dancing. You don't mind it when everybody's into it. You know, everybody's just there to have a good time. I thought I'd have a contact high. I smelled it, but it wasn't like I thought it was going to be. It was a decent, so.
Yeah. Well, it's AC/DC. It's not Cypress Hill, so you're better. And it's an older crowd, so you might have got away with some of that.
Yeah, we're all kind of mellowing with age, so to speak.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just I love the old days, like you say. Back, I mean, it was like sardines. I mean, you were slammed on the floor. Now they don't sell them like they used to, but and just sweat and insanity.
Dude, I remember it to this day, 38 years later, that my first rock concert was in little old Casper, Wyoming, with one of the best bands in the world, and I never sweated so much. I was kind of athletic growing up, but nothing like this. Holy crap.
Yeah, crazy. Some of the shows I saw Pantera and White Zombie in Orlando, and I just came out of there drenched from head to toe and just insane back at the floor and the pits back in the day. But so what's next? What's the next concert or trip you're on?
Next week I'll be in Atlanta. I'm going to the Braves-Mets game on Monday, the 10th.
Nice.
Then there will be two stadiums left after that.
Okay, so we're down to 3.
Looking forward to that.
Yeah, he's down to 3. So Atlanta, and then what's the last 2?
Then I'm going to go the end of August to Baltimore. And then in September, I'm going to the Wyoming Central Michigan game. And then I'm going to tie it on, because we Wyoming people like to travel. I'm going to go out to Cleveland, and Cleveland's my last one to go see an old high school buddy, too. So.
Oh, nice. Are you going to a Guardians game?
And then, yeah.
Oh, okay. And that'll be the last stadium.
I'm going to fly into Detroit. I'm going to go to Central Michigan and then trek across over to Cleveland. And the Guardians is the last one, except for asterisk is Las Vegas.
It's Vegas. Yeah, once the Vegas A's or whoever they are going to be there. So
I hope they're the A's. You might as well. So
yeah. Well, right on. Well, safe travels. We'll probably be talking to you here the next week or two to see what the next adventure is.
I drove all night. I drove 1 a.m. I stopped at the Guernsey turnoff, fell asleep, woke up this morning, had to turn the heater on. I was freezing to death. I had to go drop off some political Brent Bean for governor, hint, hint, to my sister's house and my niece's house in Evansville and Casper. So, Brent Bean for governor, and happy travels and go Pokes, and we'll talk to you later. Thanks for the time, Jeff.
Yeah, thanks, Stymie. Take care easy. There he is. Stymie heading up to Buffalo for Johnson County Fair and Rodeo weekend today and tomorrow. We talked to Lacey Schiffer earlier. The parade starts at 10. The rodeo kicks off at 12:30 today. The livestock sales at 6 tonight. Go to johnsoncountyfairgrounds.com for more information there. Stymie was at the AC/DC show. We were going to go. Just, my dad was here for 2 weeks. My brother was off last week. I'm just slammed this week. My coworker, his last week was last week. So I was just like, I don't think I can pull it off. And he's like, I was off last week. I don't think I can pull it off either. So he got lucky. He sold his tickets, made his money back. But, yeah, it looked like an awesome show. Tickets were not selling very well. And then the last, month or so, it seemed like they started moving better. And it looked like it was pretty packed by the time the concert started on Tuesday night. But, yeah, go check it out. I was trying to find the video of Angus's guitar solo to see how long it was. We'll have to find that. But incredible. If he's doing a 20-minute guitar solo at age 71. That's insanity. Bill Sniffen will be coming up after the news at the top of the hour. We'll chat some politics and more with Bill. He had a great column last week. One of his next columns is probably coming out today or tomorrow. We'll find out next. It's top of the hour. It's time for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. After taking in a friend's baby, a Casper foster mom says her family became the target of anonymous threats by the biological mother. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that the bio mom is charged with 2 stalking felonies.
Investigators allege that 27-year-old Dodgy Carter used fake messaging apps, social media accounts, and more to reach out to a foster mom while she had custody of her biological son. When the infant was first placed in Monroe's care, she received an anonymous message that said, "You're going to die," with a knife emoji and blood. Monroe quickly took this to the police, and an investigation was able to link it back to Dodgy Carter. The threats continued for several weeks, even after protection orders were put in place.
Carter was bound over to district court Tuesday after a preliminary hearing on 2 felony counts of stalking and 2 misdemeanor counts of violating a stalking protection order. She's posted a $3,500 surety bond and was released from custody. U.S. House candidate Steve Freese received 19 endorsements on Thursday by Republican lawmakers, former legislators, and energy industry leaders. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Chuck Gray calls them, quote, a tired class of political 1% insiders.
Steve Freese, who's running for U.S. House, garnered 19 endorsements this week, including from former Republican Governor Jim Geringer, a host of Republican lawmakers, former lawmakers, oil and gas industry leaders. Secretary of State Chuck Gray fired back by calling them a class of insiders, essentially, who are in favor of woke wind and data center projects. That may come as a surprise to some of them. For example, Dan Dockstetter, who was among the endorsers, was one of the very few votes against big tax exemptions for data centers.
Gray has come out against data centers, while Freese has said state and county governments, not Congress, should lead data center permitting decisions in ways that protect Wyomingites. Both men tout a pro-traditional energy stance. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Make sure your vehicle is in good working condition, proper tire inflation, fluids topped off, good wiper blades, and brake inspections. Carry emergency supplies in your vehicle like non-perishable food and water. This is a reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation. Tax revenue from Wyoming wind projects supports police, fire, EMS, and schools. Energy development is about communities, not just power. More information is available at poweringupwyoming.org. Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Another 10 illegal drivers were busted in Laramie County on Sheriff Brian Kozak's latest Truck Around and Find Out operation this week. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that includes one speeding with what looked like emergency lights.
The last truck around campaign that they did, they arrested 46. They started this back in November. There's almost 130 illegal drivers have been taken off the road. But Kozak said that really it's not about, although that gets the headlines, it's not about just going out and rounding up illegal drivers. It's about unsafe truck driving, and people who are illegal and don't have licenses are unsafe. Kozak also said that he knows the Truck Around and Find Out campaign is going to get criticism. It's going to be politicized, and he says he's expected that, and that has happened.
Overall, this week's Truck Around and Find Out resulted in about 120 traffic stops, with 40 tickets issued to drivers and 10 arrests for being in the country illegally. So says Sheriff Kozak and Chief Deputy Chance Walkama. A suspended Newcastle police sergeant pleaded not guilty Thursday to charges alleging a year-long pattern of abuse toward a woman. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that he faces up to 27 and a half years in prison.
On Thursday, a suspended Newcastle police sergeant pled not guilty to 6 criminal charges. Prosecutors say that 36-year-old Nicholas Kaminsky, in uniform, terrorized an ex-girlfriend. He used a police cruiser, a canine, and allegedly a knife. Kaminsky posted a $35,000 cash bond weeks ago. His next court appearance will be for a trial unless they come to a plea agreement before then.
During the hearing, defense attorney Ryan Titus told the court Kaminsky had found new employment that requires travel. He asked the judge to modify Kaminsky's bond conditions to allow him to leave the 6th Judicial District Court for work. Crook County Attorney Denise Day did not object. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
One more time before you wake up in the wild. In your eyes, I see a flower slowly dying.
Together with the Nature Conservancy, you have the power to make a difference. For unspoiled nature, for beautiful wildlife, and for people everywhere. Together, we can find a way to ensure that all life on Earth can thrive.
Oh, in the wild, you're gonna make it. The moonlight is here to take you.
Our natural world needs us now. Every day, we lose more lands, waters, and the wild species that depend on them. To learn more, visit nature.org today.
Welcome back. Cowboy State Daily, Saturdays with Jeff, right here on cowboystatedaily.com. 3 hours down, 1 to go. Send me a text, 307-620-8866. We got an extreme heat warning in Sheridan. It's hot. Happy August. It's August 1st. Bill Sniffen, he's a columnist for Cowboy State Daily. We're making him work overtime this week. He's coming on the Saturday show here. Good morning, Bill. Thanks so much for coming on.
Jeff, it's thanks for the invite. It's I wasn't doing much on a Saturday morning, and I love to talk politics. So, what's on your mind?
Well, exactly. Well, I loved your article last week. Political lessons don't peak too soon. Love endorsements and polls. You said it. I mean, you've seen it. This year, is it just this year? Is it crazy all the time? Does it keep getting crazier every election cycle? What's happening?
You know, I've been involved in watching Wyoming politics for 56 years. And then I got involved. I ran for governor myself in 2002. And I helped Foster Friess on his campaign in 2018. So I think I can speak with some authority about Wyoming politics. And let me tell you, it is getting crazier. That's not your imagination. I wrote a column a while back about this House race, and I referred to it as batshit crazy. It was the craziest campaign I have ever seen in my years in Wyoming, and I was a little wondering maybe I was wrong on that assessment. Maybe so. I reached out to Joanne Barron, who's she's even older than I am, but she's been covering Wyoming politics for about as long as I have. And she agreed. She said, for craziness, it's just a crazy campaign. She said, like I would say, there's been way more campaigns that were more important and more serious, but for just plain nuttiness, it's crazy. And here's why. You've got first of all, you've got the presumed front runner, Chuck Gray, is just a lightning rod. The guy is He's just a lightning rod. He's got a great following, but he's also got very high what they call negatives. You know that there's a lot of people just don't like Chuck, and Chuck is a controversial, outspoken guy. Well, then you've got Reed Rasner, who's a fellow single man from Casper, who's been suing everybody right and left, spending $2 million. A lot of it slamming Chuck Gray.
Yeah.
And just crazy. And I mean, really, some of it's funny, some of it is scurrilous. And then you have guys like Frank Chapman up in Jackson throws $1 million into the race and then bows out. And then you have another guy in Jackson named Steve Freese, who's the son of the guy I worked for back in 2018, and I know Steve pretty well. Wonderful man, but I think he's going to spend 2 to 2.5 million, maybe already. I mean, the numbers are off the charts. This could be a conservatively 15 million race, could be a 20 million race.
Yeah.
I mean, trust me, there has never been an election in Wyoming where that kind of money was spent. Not even close.
Yeah, it's crazy the money that's going around here. I mean, the article, it's funny, the 4 different versions of Republicans right now, maybe because you have to be, no matter what your political affiliation, you got to be a Republican in Wyoming because that's all it is. But tell us about these 4 different categories of Republicans, Bill.
Well, it was looking back on it, I was a little bit unfair to Megan because I referred to the Freedom Caucus as one batch of Republicans, and then the moderates, which is where Barlow sits, and then to the crossovers, which are all the Democrats and independents that are going to cross over, and then I put Megan in as her only class because she's been endorsed by Trump, and yet she didn't get the endorsement of the Republican Party, and I thought, wow, talk about being put in a strange place, but. I was unfair on that because I really do think she has a very good chance to win this whole thing, and she's a great candidate. I've after that I actually hadn't talked to her too much, but I talked to her not long after that, and by God, she's sharp. She's got a hell of a background and energy, which I actually hadn't realized, and. You assume because she's a state superintendent of public instruction that she would that she had an education background. She doesn't. She has an energy background. So this huge energy background plus her education background plus 4 years of being on all the state boards and making all those decisions. Man, I tell you, for 37 years old, this gal's got some horsepower behind her. So I kind of, even though I thought I was being pretty clever when I gave her own single classification, looking back on it, that probably wasn't fair.
Yeah.
But let me tell you, you know what I like? My column actually this week, which will come out tonight in the Cowboy State Daily, but it's about the governor's race, and I wouldn't mind talking a little bit about that. And Jeff, you know what I like best about the governor's race? These are 3 Wyoming natives that are not self-funding their campaigns. They're just ordinary people. The money in their campaigns, they've got to go raise it from donors. And I tell you what, that's after being involved in political races, raising money is oh boy, that's a hard mountain to climb. But if you don't have any money, you have to go raise it. And or you have a little bit of money, it doesn't matter, but you're still to compete at the level these guys are competing, which are all in the millions. Yeah, boy, that's hard money to collect in a primary race too, let me tell you.
Yeah, you're doing a lot of fundraisers. That's for sure. Spending a lot of dinners out trying to raise some cash. What did you think of? I mean, the Republican Party kind of got flack for endorsing different candidates. What did you think about that this year?
I thought that was really, really poor form. I was astonished. Let me tell you two sides of that story. On the one hand, I've been a newspaper editor for 30, 40 years of my 50 years in Wyoming, and I always felt an obligation to endorse candidates. I felt that since I'm writing about politics and I'm studying all this, I always felt I had an obligation to tell people who I favored and who I was going to vote for. A lot of editors, a lot smarter than me, says, "Man, I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. Why on earth would I put myself in that spot?" But I happen to be old school, and I just felt that that was really important. So on the one hand, endorsements are a really big deal to me. Now, on the other hand, when I ran for governor myself, I got into the race late and I was a total outsider. One of my mottos is I'm not a politician, but I know politics because I had been covering politics, but I purposely didn't feel if you're a journalist, you should be in politics. I think you should be on the outside. But once I jumped into politics, I was a total outsider. So I really felt that the power structure and the Wyoming Republican Party would just that they would work against me, and it was just the opposite. I was so almost overwhelmed by how much they reached out and tried to help me in every way possible. I mean, they were absolutely neutral. There was a wonderful gal named Becky Constantino down in Rock Springs, who's the state chairman. And my God, these people were just so fair. I was thunderstruck, and it was funny from going from being on the outside looking in to sort of being now on the inside and experiencing how hard they tried to stay neutral and to help everybody and treat everybody the same. Now here we are, 24 years later, and it's just the opposite. It's a small tent attitude, and I'm very disappointed in the state Republican Party for that.
Yeah, not good. What's more up in the air, the House race or the governor race?
Yeah, I tell you what, I thought the governor's race was kind of Barlow's to lose, and now I believe he is. I think he's in a real horse race with Megan Degenfelder, and doggone that Brent Bean. He's been working hard for or Bean. He's been working hard for 5 years. He's seems to be a good guy. I've reached out to him a couple times, but I haven't actually, so I don't really know the man, but I'm certainly impressed by him. So he's going to grab a bunch of votes, and you've got Barlow with the middle of the road, and then Megan with the Trump endorsement. Two things on that race that I would comment on. One is because of my wife's health condition, we've been in Texas for quite a lot over the last 18 months. But we were in Texas when a four-term U.S. Senator named John Cronin was in a runoff against their attorney general, who was kind of a lightning rod like Chuck Gray. And in Texas, voting, if you don't get over 50%, then there's a runoff between the top two. So they did a runoff, and Trump was he endorsed Paxton, the attorney general, over this four-term. And you know what? Paxton won by almost 2-1.
Wow.
So if you look at that with a big Trump state like Texas and a big Trump state like Wyoming, then Megan is maybe in the driver's seat. Now, if you go back and look at past history in Wyoming, though, we have a tremendous crossover vote here with Democrats and independents who say, because there's nobody running in those races, so they'll sign up as Republicans so they can participate in the primary. And both the last two governors in my opinion, were elected by the crossover votes.
Yeah.
I think Matt Mead was able to benefit from that, and I think Mark Gordon did. So here we go. Barlow is the obvious choice for the crossover votes. So if history repeats itself and all those crossover votes go to Barlow, that may be enough to push him over the top. But if they don't, it's a real horse race, and so that's how I see the governor's race. And so, yes, I think it's close, but it could be surprising. When Foster Friess, his polls and everything in 2018 showed him uh, leading among Republicans. And when it came down to the end, Gordon won fairly handily, but he won it with all those crossover votes. So the polling of just the Republicans, of the real Republicans, uh, was anyway, it was real tight. But I think probably Gordon would have won anyway. But he had 38%, 38,000 votes compared to 29,000. But I think literally 8 or 9,000 of his votes were those crossover.
Oh yeah.
So I think it's close, and yet when it's all done, if it's like Texas, Megan will win comfortably. If it's like the past two elections here, Barlow will probably win. Although Matt Mead back in 2010 did not win comfortably. He beat Rita Meyer by 700 votes, and I'd like to talk about that race here in a minute. But now handicapping the house race is really fun because to me, I tell you what, I don't know if you saw the Kentucky Derby, but I love watching the Kentucky Derby, and I'd never seen a race like that in my life. How can a horse start off last and finish first? I mean, unbelievable, unbelievable. Well, that's kind of what's happening in this house race. You've got Chuck Gray out there, the leader from day one, and he's out there pounding away. And then you have Jillian Balow, who is an incredibly able candidate, and she could win really because of all the crossover votes, because I think they'll go to her. And I also think for Balow, she'll get votes because she's the only woman, and she'll get votes because of her name. Balow looks a lot like Barlow, and Barlow has all these signs. So I think Jillian is going to be in the top three. So anyway, so let's say you have Jillian, and then you have Rasner, and you've got all these people. Meanwhile, here's Steve Friess jumps in at the last minute, and it's amazing what $2 million can do. Plus, being a hell of a good guy, he's a good candidate. 29,000 people 6 years ago voted for his dad, or 8 years ago, voted for a guy they went in and voted for somebody named Friess. You know, so anyway, so I see Friess as that horse in the Kentucky Derby. He's coming around and coming around and coming around and coming around.
Yeah.
And who knows, but it's going to come down to the wire. And, you mentioned my column about how I'd rather peak a week early than a week late. There's a danger that Friess could peak a week late.
Yeah.
But I don't think so. I actually think right this second, Friess is the front runner. But
it's crazy. I mean, people didn't even probably know him except, as Foster's son. And then the last couple of months, he is just blown up. And yeah, like you said, what $2 million can do to you to get your name out there, get your face out there. And then, yeah, he's just been all over the news, all over our website, everywhere. But yeah, we're chatting with.
He's a very articulate guy, nice looking guy. He's been the butt of the best joke I've heard in this whole campaign of all the races, and it goes something like this, and it says, Steve, Hugh Grant is on the phone and he wants his hair back.
Yeah, that's for sure. I interviewed Steve and he won me over. Great guy, great talker. Yeah,
he's well positioned. I tell you what, they're going to try to smear the hell out of him now. The last 3 weeks or the last 18 days here, and dogpile him. But boy, I tell you, he doesn't have any negatives. The guy is just a good family guy. He's God-fearing guy. His head's in the right place. I like him a lot. I just thought he was such a dark horse that I didn't think anybody could catch Chucky except maybe Jillian. But Oh, doggone it. Freese has run a masterful campaign.
Yeah, he's done great. Sad news yesterday, Ann Simpson passed away. I mean, you probably had to have some dealings with Al, or any of the Simpsons along the way.
You know, Al and Ann are good friends. Al was a tremendous. Al nominated me for a Pulitzer Prize one time, and he wrote the foreword a couple of my books, and he wrote the afterword for my coffee book trilogy. So no, I knew Al very well, and as a result, knew Ann very well. And you know, my wife and I just celebrated our 60th wedding anniversary. And let me tell you, only 1% make it to 60. But Al and Ann made it to 70.
Yeah.
Now, whew, talk about a couple. And but wonderful people. Ann had a mind of her own. She was and you talk privately with Al. He's always saying, "Oh boy, she's on his butt." It was fun. I mean, they had a spirited relationship and such a wonderful family, and gave so much to Wyoming. And she will truly be missed. What a wonderful person Ann Simpson was.
Yeah, they protected their husbands. They supported their husbands. But yeah, like my grandma totally had her own views, and you didn't want to cross her. Or yeah, she'd tell you how it was. No matter what. But yeah, incredible family, incredible just what the Simpsons have meant to the state of Wyoming. And yeah, she was what, 94 or something? Yeah, just
they had a really, really good run. And doggone it, it's just like I said, they're I mean, you know, I wrote a column here a while back about how I thought there's 4 kind of television icons in Wyoming. Not icon, but television people were always on TV, and that was Dick Cheney, Al Simpson, let's see, Foster Freese, and Jerry Spence. Those 4.
Yeah.
Well, Foster died 3-4 years ago, but those other 3 all died in the same year, and I thought, wow, we just these were icons. These are people that from our state of Wyoming, and yet there they are. The whole country looked to them as icons, and we lost them. Well, now you have to add Ann to that list, and now she's gone.
Yeah. Well, when I was talking about her this morning, I was just like, yeah, this generation, we've lost all of them, or they're mostly gone, and it's really sad to see these icons that we've grown up with, and yeah, just
I'm a very fortunate man, because I came out to Wyoming in 1970. At 24, they put me in charge of a newspaper here in Lander, and I was the youngest employee. And I'll give you an example. And we ended up buying the paper, of course, and we've stayed in Lander all these years. But in 1972, we attended the 100th anniversary of Yellowstone Park. They had a big event up in Cody, and of course, the Simpsons were involved in that. But it was, but here, then 50 years later, my wife and I went to the 150th anniversary of Yellowstone Park, and I looked around, and I couldn't find a single person there who had been to the 100th. So I literally was thinking, my Lord, how blessed am I that I've been around that long, that I've been able to
witness
have
it
been
all.
to the 100th and to the 150th, and to also have known all these icons. I mean, I knew them all. I was with Stan Hathaway on a one-shot antelope hunt event here in Lander when his rifle blew up in his face, and they said, you can't publicize that, which I couldn't. So this is the first time that news is coming out. That's how long I've been around, Jeff. So as long as I have my health, and Cowboy State Daily will let me participate, I'll keep sharing all that information with everybody.
Yes. Keep your eyes on cowboystatedaily.com. Bill's article, his new one, will be out later on today. Bill Sniffen. Bill, thanks so much for coming on today. It's always awesome talking to you.
Jeff, can I mention two quick things.
Sure.
You talk about music all the time, and my grandson is named Wolf Johnson, and he goes by Wolf the Human, and he's got a couple albums out, and he's a fabulous musician. He lives in Denver now because of that. And then there's another Wyoming gal named Jamie Hansen who's just doing great music. So keep those two people in mind sometime for because you seem to focus on music once in a while.
Yeah.
And folks, Jamie is a more traditional vocalist. She's going to be a huge star someday. And Wolf is he's more of a kind of a rap music guy, but slam poetry. But they're both University of Wyoming graduates and just wonderful Wyoming people. So
where's Jamie at?
She is, I think she's from Laramie or Cheyenne, but I think she might have even moved to Nashville. I don't know, but you can find her on Facebook. Jamie Hansen. I think it's Hansen. She's just phenomenal. And again, I have a soft spot in my heart for my grandson Wolf because he's just such a wonderful young man and so talented. Yeah. He watch out, in 10 years he'll be on Saturday Night Live.
Nice. I'll look him up. We'll get him on the show.
Okay.
Well, thanks, Bill. Yeah, have a great Saturday. We'll be right back after this.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as a county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
The midterm elections are quickly coming up in November.
We have to win the midterms. This is the most important election.
And Cowboy State Daily gives you the local political coverage that has national implications.
I think that we need to be more aggressive in terms of talking about what the real issues are.
Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the coverage, insight, and knowledge about the candidates as we ramp up to the midterm elections in November. Cowboy State Daily, your daily source for all things Wyoming.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. The moment I chose hope was when I couldn't look myself in the mirror anymore. I did not recognize myself. Absolutely. So I'm so proud because I did not think I was gonna make it. And now, I get to call my mom and say I love her. I get to teach my son how to say, Mama, I love you. Yeah. So for me, hope in this moment, it is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savebythescan.org.
Welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Saturdays with Jeff right here on cowboystatedaily.com. Send me a text message, 307-620-8866. I just went out and checked in on the garage sale. that my wife is having. She's had a bunch of traffic. I don't know how much stuff she's actually sold. She said everyone's making fun of my CD player. I have my 200 disc changer out on sale for $100. I looked online. It said $100 to $160 those things are going for. I was like, really? I bought it back in 1994. She goes, everyone keeps saying CDs. Who has CDs? I have 1,000 of them sitting here. If you want a CD, let me know. I'll send it to you for free. They're all rock CDs from the 90s, 2000s. Yeah, they're just collecting dust. I was about ready to get rid of them, and my son was like, oh, no, you need to keep them in case, if the world ever ends, you'll have the hard copy. I was like, okay, if the world ever ends, I'm probably going to end with it, and I'm not going to worry about my CD collection. But whatever. Extreme heat warning today. 83 currently in Sheridan, 85 in Buffalo, 80 in Gillette, 70 in Laramie, 76 in Casper, 75 down in Cheyenne. Cheyenne's high is only 89 today. Casper's is 97, 87 in Laramie, 98 in Gillette, 98 in Buffalo, 101 in Sheridan today. Extreme heat warning and a red flag warning. Hey, that guy's walking away with something. She sold something. That guy's cruised by our house like 4 times this morning. How is it in Lander where Bill was just at? 77, high of 96. Fire weather watch in Lander. Holy cow. I have to DJ a wedding this afternoon in Ucross. It's outside. Let's see what. And it's at like 3:30 this afternoon. I have to go get set up. It's 82 in Ucross right now. High of 100. Extreme heat warning. Conditions are expected by noon today. And a red flag warning. At 3 o'clock, it's 99. 4 o'clock, it's 100. 5 o'clock, it's 100. 6 o'clock, it's 99. 796. I think it gets over at 10. It's still going to be 84 degrees at 10 o'clock in Ucross tonight. I'm like, hopefully with the heat, everybody's going to be exhausted. And they're all going to go home early. Every time I think that, they never go home. When my brother and I would DJ weddings all the time, that was always our running gag. We'd be looking around at like 8, 9 o'clock at night. We're like, oh, we're getting out of here early. Never happened. Did you see this yesterday? The person that has a career-long commitment to combating racial disparities in housing, touting the importance of living among black people. She's, one of the common folk. Kamala Harris bought a 4,000 square foot property for $8.15 million in California, in an exclusive seaside community of Point Doom, which is like 0.2% black, not 2%, 0.2% black, and roughly 94% white as of 2019. Okay. Here is a woman that's married to a white guy, moves to a complete white community, but she's a good representation, right? Come on. Harris has chosen to put roots down in a community that has led one group, or that has at least one group, has accused of trying to keep their beaches closed to minorities. Ouch. Harris has spent a sizable portion of her career working to tear down similar barriers. Okay. You and first guy Doug Emhoff. It's the hypocrisy. It's just insane. Stephen Brady in Australia, our buddy from down under, he said he was very impressed with Micah. I hope she will be successful with her campaign. So there you go, Micah. getting some shout outs. We were talking about Ann Simpson earlier, and Stephen wrote, talking about long lives, my mom was 92 when she died. She beat strokes, a brain bleed, a fractured skull, aneurysm, heart surgery, eclampsia, severe heat stroke, and battled Alzheimer's for 25 years. Wow. She might still be here at age 100, but he had to make the terrible decision to withdraw support after she expirated, is that right? Vomit into her lungs. Oh, damaged her lung lining and most terrible time of her life. In her early years, she somehow survived nightly beatings by her demonic alcoholic husband, a woman of incredible strength and will live, and the most wonderful parent you could hope to have and will to live. Man, what an incredible woman. She lived to 92? That sounds like my mother-in-law. She beat strokes, Alzheimer's. I think she had, dementia or Alzheimer's, whatever you want to call it, for 7 years at least. That was bad. I mean, she probably had it for longer than that. I think that's what got my father-in-law was when she started getting dementia, then he got cancer, and it was a rough 10 years, that's for sure. The Johnson County Fair and Rodeo Parade coming up at the top of the hour. Here's a picture, TJ Tavigi, the Bighorn Mountain Roundup float. It looks like they're going to be in it. My brother is still mad that we don't have a float in the parade. We'll see. Maybe next year. I said, I have to do the Saturday show. Come on. The parade starts at 10. I get off the air at 10. So yeah, people having fun over in Buffalo today. I will be heading to Ucross. I need to look to see how long it's going to take me to get there so I can get set up. I don't want to get there too early, but I don't want to be too late either because I'm doing music for the wedding, so I don't want to be getting set up while people are getting there for the wedding. But, yeah, I did a wedding last summer out at the Britain Museum when it was the same thing. It was 100 degrees outside, and I was just drenched, dripping sweat. WWE SummerSlam is tonight. We'll talk about that. Also, more news, some music news out there. What's going on with Sid Wilson, the turntablist for Slipknot, who was the husband to Kelly Osbourne? They split up earlier, and now they're saying that he was fired from the band. And Slipknot's not even doing anything right now. What's up, Sid? Not good. We'll take a quick time out. We've got 15 minutes to go in the show. It's just me and you. Give me a call, 307-620-8866. Send me a text message. Hop on YouTube. Send me a message there. James was on there. He was talking about he worked in the Bighorn Mountains way back outside of Ten Sleep. He's always hanging around with different sheep camps, and the Basque people were always really welcoming and friendly. Well, that's nice to hear. I don't know what that is. Fidadrian? Good Saturday morning, Cowboy State Daily, listening while on vacation from Butte, Montana. Well, thanks for tuning in. Hopefully Stymie could make it to Buffalo before the parade starts. He'll be at Wahoo Liquors hanging out. Go and say hi to Stymie. He'll probably have a Wyoming polo on and a toothpick in his mouth. And his Wyoming cowboy hat. You can't miss him. Give me a call. Send me a text. It's just me and you right after the break. Let's take a quick time out. We'll be right back with more Cowboy State Daily Saturdays with Jeff right here on Cowboy State Daily
Are you still throwing money at boring advertising that nobody remembers? Cowboy State Daily Radio is where Wyoming talks, laughs, debates, and actually pays attention. Your customers are not only listening, they're talking about the news of the day. So why not put your business in the middle of the conversation? From sponsored interviews to powerhouse statewide campaigns, Cowboy State Daily Radio delivers your message with an exclusive Wyoming reach. Contact Piper Fenimore today at piper@cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
$15 minutes till the top of the hour. Cowboy State Daily, Saturdays with Jeff, right here on cowboystatedaily.com. You can send me an email, radiojeff@cowboystatedaily.com. Hop on YouTube, our YouTube page, subscribe to that. You can jump in the chat room there, send me a message, send me a text message, 307-620-8866. That way. Or I need to go in front of my microphone. Yes, 307-620-8866. You can also give me a call. We have 15 minutes to go in the show. Ooh. 30 miles at 90 miles per hour, Stymie said. Be careful out there, Stymie. Dementia sucks. I know too. Yeah. It's awful. You got 14 minutes to go, Stymie. Well, the good thing is the parade starts over by the post office, and Stymie's going to be at Wahoo's. So, the parade's going to take like 5 minutes or so before it gets to him. So he's got a little bit of extra time. Not a lot, but a little. What's going on with sheriffs in Wyoming? Wyoming is seeing a turnover of at least 8 sheriffs since last year. That's more than a third, because we have 23 counties. Some are retiring. Bighorn County Sheriff Ken Blackburn, Campbell County Sheriff Scott Matheny, Johnson County Sheriff Rod Odenbaugh, Sweetwater County Sheriff John Grossnickel. Each had about 30 years law enforcement. Grossnickel switched jobs. Goshen County Sheriff Corey Fleenor is leaving after 26 years in office. So is Fremont County Sheriff Ryan Lee. Sublette County Sheriff Casey Lair is retiring after what his office said about 2 decades of law enforcement. Platte County Sheriff David Russell left the office last August after 13 and a half years. I mean, it's crazy. Some of these guys just said it's time. I've seen a lot, been through a lot. Said Blackburn, it's taken its toll and it's time to heal myself and take care of my family. They said they used to be the good guys. The divisiveness of people and the degradation of civilized conversations. Blackburn said there's always been negativity towards law enforcement, but we did used to be the good guys. He said the frustration and the other downsides to the job still don't outweigh his love for the people he served and worked with. 8 sheriffs. That's crazy. Sheriff Odenbaugh said it's tough lobbying against anti-law enforcement bills. He's also retiring, so he and his wife can visit family members in their native South Dakota and spend time with their grandson. Yeah, I think Rod wants to spend more time with his family, and he's been at it for, I would think, at least 30 years. We try to do the right thing for public safety in our communities, but out-of-state lobbyists that are trying to tell the people what's best for Wyoming. Huh. We had Adrian Keeler, who's running. Now he's running unopposed for the Johnson County Sheriff. We had him on this show. So he'll be taking over. The sheriff over in Campbell County said it's time to let somebody else be sheriff. Who's this? Daniel Moll, M-A-U-L. He's running unopposed, also in Campbell County. Some of these, I mean, does anyone want to be sheriff? So yeah, it can be a lot of changes in a lot of sheriff's departments around the state of Wyoming. I can't believe how many people are showing up to this garage sale. And 90% of them are leaving empty-handed. Come on, take my crap. Please, get rid of it. So I don't have to take it to the dump tomorrow. Garage sales. WWE SummerSlam, I'm really bummed. This is the first year. It's a 2-day event. If you listen to the show, I'm a huge wrestling fan. I will be out in Ucross. There's no cell service. There's no internet. I'm going to miss night 1 of SummerSlam. What I'm really bummed about is Brock Lesnar, Obafemi, Hell in a Cell. That's tonight. That's going to be a great match. Tonight, night 1, headlined by CM Punk against Cody Rhodes. There's rumors that Cody's going to turn bad guy. He's going to turn heel tonight. Is that going to happen? Liv Morgan, Io Sky, the Usos, and Jacob Fatu against LA Knight, Solo Sikoa, and Royce Keys. And then a 6-woman tag match, Fatal Influence against Nikki Bella, Brie Bella, and Paige. That's night 1. It's a 3-hour pre-show, which is insanity. The main show starts at 4 o'clock, it says. Tomorrow, same start time, 4 o'clock. Tomorrow's headlined by Roman Reigns against Seth Rollins for the World Heavyweight Championship. Finn Balor, Sami Zayn for the number 1 contenders match. Danhausen against Dominic Mysterio. The interim women's championship ladder matches tomorrow. Chelsea Green, Tiffany Stratton, Jade Cargill, and Charlotte Flair, and a mystery opponent. Is it going to be Becky Lynch? Is it going to be AJ Lee? Who's it going to be? And then a barn burner tomorrow night for the Intercontinental Championship. Penta against Chad Gable is going to be an incredible match. And then the United States Championship, Trick Williams against Baron Corbin. 12 matches, 2 days, SummerSlam in Minnesota. The bad thing is it's in a football stadium, and they were saying this week they've only sold like 32,000 tickets, and the place holds 70. But it's WWE. They'll sell a bunch of tickets, and they'll configure it where it'll look like it's full. So we'll see. If you're watching it, give me a call. Send me a text. 307-620-8866. What is your predictions? I've talked too long, I guess. But yeah, I'm bummed that I'm going to come home tonight after the wedding, and I'm probably going to be up half the night because I'm going to be watching Night 1 of SummerSlam on replay on the ESPN app. So it better be on there, ESPN, when I get home. Else I'm going to be very upset. Big thanks today to all of our guests. Another jam-packed show. Another awesome show. You never know what's going to happen on this show. Australian singer-songwriter Kevin Sullivan. Go and check him out, kevinsullivanmusic.com. His brand new single, Our Piece of the Map, is out now. It's already in the top 10 on Australia radio charts. He's got an incredible story. Go check his stuff out. You can go to Spotify. All of his albums and singles are on there. Also, big thanks to Lacey Schiffer, the Johnson County Fair Board chairman. She has been all over Johnson County Fair and Rodeo this weekend. Thanks for her to coming on. Had her on before the kids were running the Klondike Rush this morning. Hopefully she got there. And the parade starts at the top of the hour. Rodeo starts at 12:30 today. Sheridan small business owner Micah Sturdivant, she is running as a Republican for Wyoming House District 29. We had her on the show. She was a good sport, answered some questions that she's been getting slammed with this week. We could have went another 15 minutes with Micah, but we didn't have time because then we had Luke and Dawn from Bloodline Awakening. They're a hot new band out of Florida. You might want to go back and rewatch that interview because they told us all kinds of gems that's not out there yet. Concert dates coming up. Music that's being released. And then big thanks to Bill Sniffen, columnist for Cowboy State Daily out of Lander, Wyoming. His new column will be up later on this afternoon or this evening on cowboystatedaily.com. Yeah, I read his article last week. I was like, this is awesome. We need to have Bill on the show to talk some politics, whether it was this week, next week, or whenever he came on. And he always loves talking politics, so that was a good time. Good news, finally out of Thermopolis, the $1.8 million settlement puts Star Plunge on track to reopen after closed for 18 months. The article is on our website, cowboystatedaily.com. The Star Plunge in Thermop finally going to reopen. The previous operator has kept it closed since January of 2025. It won't happen today, but it'll happen hopefully soon, said a state parks official. Man, Thermopolis has to be very happy about that news. Yeah, this one guy says, Dale Clark says he's ecstatic. He owns an Airbnb in Thermopolis. Finally. He says, this month, I think we have 8 days in August reserved, where usually we're close to sold out. 2 guests told him last month if they knew the Star Plunge wasn't open, they would have canceled their booking. He says Star Plunge is number one, like it or not. Yeah, even with the Dinosaur Center, there's another pool, the State Bathhouse, fishing. But no, Star Plunge is still number one in Thermopolis. I wonder when it will open. Are they doing renovations? What? I'll have to look into this. Go read the article. and see what's been the dispute this entire time. It's crazy. Oh. Home prices in Northeast Wyoming jumped 20% while much of the U.S. market cools. That's not good. We also have record low inventory. Well, that's half of the problem. Man, I mowed my yard the other night, which my yard is just taking a beating. I watered it for like an hour afterwards. It's still, I was like, there's kind of a shade of green, maybe, after all that watering. Not a lot. I know this week it's going to cool down on Monday, which is a good sign after all this heat. But man, my yard is just taking a beating these last 10 days. 75 on Monday, 77 Tuesday, but then back into the 90s on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And it doesn't look like a drop of rain in sight in the next 10 days. Next week on the show, Judd Harris, who was, I think, on American Idol, one of those shows. He's got a brand new single. He's going to be on the show next week. Travis Larson, he's playing a show next Thursday at the Living Room here in Sheridan. He's going to be on the show. Limberlost is going to be in Sheridan on Friday, August 14th. They are in Sturgis. Is it this coming up weekend? They're opening for Sammy Hagar one night. They're opening for Sammy, playing some gigs at the Full Throttle Saloon, and then they're heading to Sheridan to play at the Living Room. That's crazy. That's like when I saw Mo a couple years ago in Billings. They went from playing 2 sold-out shows, or opening for Humphreys McGee at Red Rocks, and then they went to Billings on a Monday night, and there was like 10 people there. I was like, these guys just came from Red Rocks sold out to 10 people at the pub station. That's the life of a musician. Have a wonderful Saturday. I'm packing up. I'm heading to Ucross to DJ a wedding. I'll see you back here next week. Jake will be back on Monday. Send me an email, radiojeff@cowboystatedaily.com. Send me a text message, 307-620-8866. Have a wonderful Saturday. If you're over in Buffalo for the Johnson County Rodeo, be safe. Don't drink and drive. Take care. Thanks for watching.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. After taking in a friend's baby, a Casper foster mom says